welcome you all to this distinguished gathering, interaction of the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Port Shipping and Waterways with stakeholders on seafarer security, safety and seafarer welfare and inauguration of E-Samudra. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our chief guest, Sri Sarvanand Sonowalji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, whose visionary leadership continues to propel India's maritime sector towards excellence, innovation, and inclusive growth. We are equally privileged to welcome our distinguished dignitaries, Sri Vijay Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Advisor, IPA, Sri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Maritime Administration, and Sri Sushil Khopreji, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration. On behalf of DG of Maritime Administration, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, senior government officials, representatives of maritime organizations, industry leaders, members of seafaring fraternity, and every esteemed delegate present here today. We are privileged to welcome representatives of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai Port Authority, Shipping Corporation, India Port Rail and Ropeway Corporation, the Indian Register of Shipping, the Indian Navy, Coast Guard, Customs, Ministry of External Affairs, Bureau of Immigration, the Protector of Immigrants, Recruitment and Placement Service Licenses, Seafarer Unions, Shipping Lines, members of Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, the Seamen's Provident Fund Organization, MTIs, maritime associations, and all stakeholders who have joined us for this important interaction. Today's program reflects our collective commitment towards strengthening the security, safety, and welfare of Indian seafarers while embracing digital transformation through E-Samudra, a significant initiative towards modern, efficient, and citizen-centric maritime governance. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request to please join and welcome our Honorable Chief Guest and all the dignitaries with a huge round of applause. To formally commence today's program, we shall begin with a rendition of national song Vande Mataram, symbolizing our collective commitment to the nation and maritime community that proudly serves it. You may now kindly be seated. The ceremonial lighting of the lamp signifies the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, hope over uncertainty, and collective resolve towards a brighter future. ज्ञान का ये पावन दीप प्रगति का पथ आलोकित करे, सेवा, सुरक्षा और समर्पण का ये संकल्प सदैव प्रज्वलित करे. May I request our chief guest and dignitaries to please come forward for the lighting of the lamp. Namaskar. Thank you, sir. May I request you to all acknowledge this auspicious occasion with a warm round of applause. As a gesture of our profound respect and heartfelt appreciation, we shall now proceed with the presentation of bouquets to our esteemed dignitaries. To begin, may I request Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji to please present a bouquet to our chief guest, Sri Sarvanand Sonowal. May I now request Sri Shyam sir to please welcome Sri Vijay Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. May I now request Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopreji, kindly present a bouquet to Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Advisor to the IB. Ladies and gentlemen, with the ceremonial inauguration complete, we now commence the formal proceeding of today's program. It is my privilege to invite Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, IPS, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration, to deliver the welcome address. Please join me in welcoming Sri Sushil ji.
Honorable Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, respected Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, respected Advisor IPA Shri Rajesh Sinha ji, respected Director General of Maritime Administration Shri Shyam Rasagandhasan ji, all the respected dignitaries, CMD SCI Shri Tyagi ji, Shri Angamutu ji, then officials from ministry, our JS Venkatpati ji and Ope ji, and the Amit Kumar, who is PS to Honorable Minister, and all the dignitaries present here, especially the RPSL's representatives and the cadets with whom today's interaction is planned. Apart from them, we have the ship owners, the various associations, and the unions present here. I welcome you all and good morning to all. This interaction is basically planned to have a direct bridge between government at the top level and at the ground level wherein RPSs and cadets are working and the seafarers are working. As all of you know, DGMA on behalf of Government of India and on behalf of Ministry, we are monitoring the seafarer's life right from the beginning. His professional life is being monitored very closely. The reason is our seafarers, they are providing the continuously the supply chain maintenance, and wherever they go out of India, they are ambassador of India. In fact, the way they behave there, way they talk there, way their skills are being implemented outside, that's how the India is being viewed by the other country. Because this is the Indian seafarer, which represents India there. That's why we monitor the seafarer's professional life right from the beginning, right from the MTI stage when he gets the admission at MTI. Because we always feel that man behind machine is equally important. So behind any business, the man or the human capital is very, very important. We have to nurture it. So that's why right from the beginning, as I said, wherever he gets admission into MTI, after that his course is finished, he goes on a ship training, onboard training, and thereafter he goes into professional life, wherein he has to take various examinations for COC or CUPs. So that every stage of his life is being monitored by DGMA, and that is on behalf of government. As you know, we have right now 3.23 lakhs of seafarers who are active. So the number is, it's more than 12% of global seafarers. In fact, we are now second just after Philippines, if you see the worldwide. So we have attained this in last few years. We have come to this stage and now we are second, and we are having target of achieving 20% by 2030. So that is a huge target, but we are going towards it, and with the help of RPSLs, in fact those who are here, we are trying to achieve it, and that's why today's meeting is arranged. Whatever bottlenecks are there, the government wants to cut it off so that the flow should be normal and we will be able to achieve our target. So today's meeting with all the stakeholders, they are here. It will be quite fruitful. All of them, they will be deliberating directly with the Honorable Minister, who was very closely monitoring the situation after especially this war. This geopolitical situation, almost every day, he was monitoring it very, very closely. whatever was happening at the sea with our seafarers, because seafarers, their lives, they are very close to the heart. So he was monitoring along with our secretary, sir. Both of them, they were monitoring it very, very closely, and with their direction, we could able to have a special QRT formed here at DGMA level, and we could repatriate more than 4,000 seafarers to India back from the Gulf region, the war region. And in this, RPSLs were very, very instrumental. They did a tremendous job. It was not easy with the help of MEA, our missions abroad, and the RPSLs. We were able to do it. I must thank them. And in fact, in today's interaction, they should bring out whatever bottlenecks they are facing and what they feel, how we can go ahead and how we can improve the system more. We already have a system in place, but there is always scope of improvement. So they'll be able to tell us today. So with this, I welcome all of you again and all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm words and setting the context for today's agenda. With this, I request Sri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Maritime Administration, to address the gathering. Please join me in welcoming Sri Shyam Jagannathan.
नमस्कार। माननीय केंद्रीय कैबिनेट मंत्री पतन पोत परिवहन एवं जलमार्ग श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, सचिव पतन पोत परिवहन एवं जलमार्ग मंत्रालय श्री विजय कुमार जी, अध्यक्ष जवाहरलाल नेहरू पतन प्राधिकरण श्री गौरव दयाल जी, एडवाइजर मिनिस्ट्री श्री राजेश सिन्हा जी, अध्यक्ष एवं प्रबंधक निदेशक IPRCL श्री मनोज सोमवाल जी, अध्यक्ष मुंबई पतन प्राधिकरण डॉक्टर M अंगमुतु जी, राज्य सरकार, भारतीय नौसेना, भारतीय तटरक्षक बल, विदेश मंत्रालय, इमिग्रेशन ब्यूरो तथा FRRO के विशिष्ट प्रतिनिधिगण, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल मैरिटाइम अफेयर्स श्री सुशील मान सिंह खोपड़े जी, भर्ती एवं नियोजन सेवा लाइसेंस धारकों, नाविक संगठनों, पोत परिवहन कंपनियां, समुद्रीय एसोसिएशन, नाविक कल्याण निधि सोसाइटी SWFS, नाविक भविष्य निधि संगठन SPFO तथा समुद्रीय प्रशिक्षण संस्थाओं के प्रतिनिधियों, देवियों और सज्जनों, नाविकों की सुरक्षा, संरक्षा एवं कल्याण से संबंधित इस महत्वपूर्ण सम्मेलन तथा समुद्रीय प्रशासन महानिदेशालय के डिजिटल यात्रा में एक पर्वतकारी पहल E-समुद्र के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करना और यह हम सब के लिए अत्यंत ही गौरव का विषय है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व तथा माननीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी के प्रगतिशील मार्गदर्शन में भारत का समुद्रीय क्षेत्र विशेष रूप से डिजिटल परिवर्तन के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व प्रगति का साक्षी बन रहा है। वर्तमान में किए जा रहे सुधार न्यूनतम शासन, अधिकतम सुशासन के सिद्धांत पर आधारित है, जिनका उद्देश्य सेवा प्रौद्योगिकी में सुधार, अनुपालन संबंधी बोझ को कम करना तथा शासन को अधिक प्रभावी, पारदर्शी एवं नागरिक केंद्रित बनाना है। हमारे संदर्भ में यह दृष्टिकोण नाविक केंद्रित है। भारत की समुद्रीय शक्ति का वास्तविक आधार उसके लोग हैं। आज भारतीय नाविक विश्व भर में हजारों जलयानों पर सेवाएं प्रदान कर रहे हैं तथा वैश्विक समुद्री उद्योग में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहे हैं। बिमको रिपोर्ट 2026 के अनुसार भारत विश्व में नाविकों की आपूर्ति करने वाला दूसरा सबसे बड़ा देश बन चुका है। इतने विशाल वैश्विक कार्यबल के साथ हमारी जिम्मेदारी केवल नियमन तक सीमित नहीं है। हमें यह सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि समुद्रीय प्रशासन उत्तरदायी, सुलभ तथा भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप बना रहे। ई समुद्र समुद्रीय प्रशासन को भौतिक कार्यालय आधारित प्रणाली से एक एकीकृत डिजिटल मंच पे परिवर्तित कर रहा है। आवेदन, अनुमोदन, भुगतान, प्रमाण पत्र निरीक्षण, आवेदन की स्थिति की निगरानी तथा सेवा प्रदान किए जाने को चरणबद्ध रूप में ऑनलाइन किया जा रहा है, ताकि कोई किसी भी जगह पर हो उसे सेवाएं सुलभ हो। यह फेसलेस गवर्नेंस की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण परिवर्तन है, जहां सेवाएं भौतिक संपर्क की बजाय प्रणालीगत, पारदर्शी एवं जवाबदेही पर आधारित होंगी तथा समुद्रीय पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र में सूचना संबंधी असमानता को कम करेंगी। प्रस्तावित नागरिक चार्टर 226 के अंतर्गत नागरिक चार्टर 2018 की तुलना में कई समय सीमाओं में उल्लेखनीय सुधार हमारे माननीय सचिव सर के नेतृत्व में किए जा रहे हैं। उदाहरणार्थ, सतत उन्मोचन प्रमाण पत्र कंटिन्यूअस डिस्चार्ज सर्टिफिकेट जारी करने की समय सीमा पहले 30 दिन से घटकर आज की तारीख में 7 दिन मात्र में किया जा रहा है। इंडोस में व्यक्तिगत विवरणों में त्रुटि सुधार की समय सीमा 3 दिन से घटाकर 24 घंटे की जा रही है। भारतीय पोतों का पंजीकरण, मॉर्गेज का पंजीकरण तथा पोत पंजीकरण संबंधी विभिन्न सेवाओं को ई समुद्रा के माध्यम से 24 घंटे की टर्न अराउंड समय सीमा के अंतर्गत लाया जा रहा है। ई समुद्र एक व्यापक डिजिटल पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र है, जिसे भारत के समुद्री समुदाय के प्रत्येक वर्ग को सिंगल विंडो इंटरफेस के माध्यम से सेवाएं प्रदान करने का उद्देश्य का विकसित किया गया प्रणाली है। इसे प्रत्येक मॉड्यूल में न्यूनतम शासन, अधिकतम सुशासन, डिजिटल प्रथम तथा फेसलेस गवर्नेंस की सिद्धांतों पर निरूपित किया गया है। देवियों और सज्जनों, नाविकों का कल्याण हमारा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। फारस की खाड़ी, हॉर्मुज जलडमरू मध्य, ओमान की खाड़ी, लाल सागर, अदन की खाड़ी तथा काला सागर में हाल के भू राजनीतिक घटनाक्रमों ने सक्रिय एवं प्रौद्योगिकी सक्षम समुद्री प्रशासन की आवश्यकताओं को और अधिक सुदृढ़ किया है। इन उभरती चुनौतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए नौवहन महानिदेशालय को भी समुद्री प्रशासन महानिदेशालय में परिवर्तन केवल नाम मात्र में परिवर्तन नहीं है, यह विस्तृत दायित्वों का प्रतीक है, जिसके अंतर्गत सरकार की नाविक प्रथम पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र की व्यापक परिकल्पना के अनुरूप है। इस व्यवस्था को प्रभावशाली वास्तविक रूप समग्र शासन दृष्टिकोण होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट में निहित करना, जिसके अंतर्गत समुद्रीय प्रशासन महाविद्यालय, विदेश मंत्रालय, भारतीय मिशन, भारतीय नौसेना, इंफॉर्मेशन फ्यूजन सेंटर, इंडियन ओशन रीजन, पतन, पोत स्वामी तथा अन्य हिताधिकारियों तथा समन्वित प्रतिक्रियाओं के माध्यम से भारतीय नाविकों की सुरक्षा एवं कल्याण सुनिश्चित करते हैं। नाविकों का कल्याण केवल संकट प्रबंधन तक सीमित नहीं है। यह समान रूप से स्वास्थ्य, गरिमा, समावेशन तथा जीवन की गुणवत्ता से भी जुड़ा हुआ है। इसी से सागर में योग की परिकल्पना की गई है। सागर में सम्मान पहल के माध्यम से हम महिलाओं की भागीदारी को प्रोत्साहित कर कार्यस्थल सुरक्षा उपायों को सुदृढ़ बनाकर महिला नाविकों के लिए अधिक अवसर उपलब्ध कराकर एक अधिक सुरक्षित एवं समावेशी समुद्री क्षेत्र का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। हमारा दृष्टिकोण सरल है। एक डिजिटल रूप में सशक्त समुद्री प्रशासन का निर्माण करना, एक पारदर्शी एवं दक्ष नियामक परिस्थितिकी तंत्र स्थापित करना, ऐसा प्रशासनिक ढांचा विकसित करना जो विश्व में किसी भी स्थान पर सुलभ हो, और सबसे बढ़कर ऐसी समुद्री परिस्थितिकी तंत्र विकसित करना जिसमें प्रत्येक भारतीय नाविक स्वयं को सुरक्षित, संरक्षित एवं सम्मानित महसूस करे। भारत के समुद्री परिस्थितिकी तंत्र को सुदृढ़ बनाने में सभी हिताधिकारियों को निरंतर सहयोग एवं सहभागिता के लिए उनका मैं हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी एवं आदरणीय सचिव महोदय के प्रगतिशील नेतृत्व के लिए हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। यह यात्रा निरंतर जारी है और सभी से अनुरोध है कि वे समुद्री प्रशासन महानिदेशालय के प्रयासों में सहभागी बने, जिनका उद्देश्य समुद्री प्रशासन को सुरक्षित, सतत और संरक्षित समुद्र की दिशा में अग्रसर करना है। इसी परंपरा में वरुण देव को हमारी प्रार्थना है, सागरा सुपंतान संतु, अर्थात सभी समुद्री मार्ग आसानी से नौगम्य हो। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address and for sharing your vision for a safer, more resilient, and future ready maritime ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the privilege of hearing from the administrative head of Ministry steering India's maritime growth and transformation, an accomplished officer of the Indian Administrative Service, Shri Vijay Kumarji, IAS Secretary Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, is providing strategic leadership to India's maritime sector through transformative reforms in digital governance, maritime administration, and seafarer-centric development. Under his guidance, landmark initiatives such as E-Samudra, E-Navik, DC, and comprehensive seafarer welfare reforms are strengthening maritime safety service delivery and ease of doing business in line with the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. It is my honor and privilege to invite Shri Vijay Kumarji, Secretary Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, to address the distinguished gathering. Please welcome by extending a warm welcome to Shri Vijay Kumarji.
Honorable Union Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Director General of Marine Administration, Shri Sushil Khopde ji, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration, Chairman, Mumbai Port, CMD SCI, other distinguished representatives from the ports, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, Customs, state governments, and all the senior officers of ministry and DGMA. Most importantly, our guests from RPSLs, seafarer unions, major shipping lines, maritime associations, and the maritime stakeholders. It's a privilege to be present here today at this very important interaction on seafarer security, safety, and welfare, and also on the inauguration of E-Samudra. I appreciate the efforts of DGMA for bringing together the key stakeholders of India's seafarer ecosystem. Friends, As the previous speakers have informed, under the business leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Union Minister, India's active seafarer base has grown by more than 3 times in the last decade. It has taken us from the fifth position in the world to the second largest seafarer supply nation globally. This has been possible because of a sustained focus by the government on the maritime ecosystem and also because of the active cooperation, collaboration of our seafarers, their unions, and the RPSLs. So I thank all of you for this achievement. At the same time, we are not yet complacent. Our goal is to become number one in the world, and that is where we want to reach. For this, our interaction today with the RPSLs, all the stakeholders, I would request that in addition to ensuring safety, security of seafarers, what other policy measures we can take to ensure that this march toward becoming number one seafarer supply nation in the world continues. So kindly feel free to share with us what policy measures you want government to take, what support you want from us. We will be more than willing to listen and implement. Secondly, today the Honorable Minister will inaugurate E-Samudra. So this is a very, very ambitious initiative. Again, the central goal is to place India's maritime registry, India's DGMA, amongst the topmost in the world. We are competing with various maritime nations to increase our tonnage, to increase the number of ships which fly Indian flag. So, in this, it's extremely important that the processes that we have they are efficient, they compare with the best in the world, they are digitized. This e-Samudra would be a very, very important goal in that direction. Now, the main topic of today's meeting is the safety and security of our seafarers. So I must mention here that our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Union Minister, they've always stressed on this fact that safety and security of our seafarers is the topmost agenda which the ministry has to follow. They have given us directions to follow a whole of government approach. Under their guidance, the ministry has been in continuous touch with the Ministry of External Affairs, with our embassies and missions abroad, with Navy, with Coast Guard, and all the agencies concerned to ensure that our seafarers remain safe. It's because of these efforts that more than 60 ships of Indian interest we have been able to evacuate from the Persian Gulf despite all the crisis. This effort we are taking further forward under the direction and guidance. Now, the goal is to track every single Indian seafarer wherever he is flying, whether in Indian flag vessels or in foreign flag vessels. I'm sure DGMA will be talking about the digital dashboard, which we plan to launch on 15th of August, which will tell us every Indian seafarer where he is globally, what vessel he is in, so we can track their safety and security. In addition, we also launched recently in May E-Navik, which provides 24 by 7 multi-channel mechanism with time-bound resolution and real-time tracking of the grievances. As on date, it has received more than 4,000 grievances, which are being tracked individually by the team of DGMA, and all efforts are being made to resolve. On the issue of welfare, the Seafarer Welfare Society, it has announced survivors benefits along with other measures covering maternity, old age, education, career progression, critical illness, death on board, meritorious children scholarship, and abandoned seafarers. A separate rupees 10 lakh immediate assistance is available to next of kin of seafarers who die in the high-risk areas. We are also working on ensuring that the seafarers get the best of facilities when they reach our ports. 14 seafarer clubs with grants of approximately 95 crore are being developed in all the ports in accordance with international standards. On inclusion and well-being, Sagar Mein Samman promotes safety, equal opportunity, and career advancement for women seafarers. Already the numbers have increased from less than 1600 in 2021 to 7033. We are also working in coordination with Ministry of Home Affairs to simplify immigration procedures, to simplify shore leave procedures for seafarers. And you must have noticed that in the recent months, number of circulars have been issued by MHA on this issue. Looking ahead, our focus is on integration and data. The seafarer tracking dashboard, which I have mentioned, a common admission portal, and maritime training institute module, and also integration. All the portals that we are launching, E-Samudra, E-Navig, the RPSL module, in the tracking dashboard into a single verified data. So the direction that we have is clear. Wherever we regulate, it should be transparent, easy to comply, welfare and security oriented, digital and objective. It's not only about having more processes, but better processes. Not only more portals, but seamless digital interface, and not only making announcement about welfare, but ensuring that the welfare benefits reach the targeted audience. To conclude, I would say that the ministry and the country is hugely indebted to our brave seafarers whose commitment and courage in these times of crisis has ensured the energy and economic security of the country. I would request all stakeholders in today's conference and the technical sessions to participate actively and provide specific suggestions to enhance the security, safety, and welfare of our seafarers, and also how to claim the number one spot in being world's topmost seafaring nation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your inspiring address has reinforced the ministry's commitment towards building a modern, resilient, and globally competitive maritime sector while placing the welfare, safety, and security of Indian seafarers at the heart of India's maritime vision. Ladies and gentlemen, as the maritime sector continues to evolve amidst changing global dynamics, ensuring safety, security, and welfare of our seafarers, it remains central to our vision. And the upcoming presentation will showcase the DGMA's key initiatives aimed at strengthening seafarer protection, enhancing welfare mechanisms, leveraging digital technologies, and creating an enabling ecosystem that supports Indian seafarers throughout their professional journey. It is my privilege to invite Captain Bipin Kumar, DDG crew, to deliver the presentation on seafarer security and welfare by DGMA.
Honorable Union Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, respected Secretary Sir Shri Vijay Kumar ji, DG Sir Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Additional DG Sir Shri Sushri Mansingh Khopde ji, Advisor to Ministry Shri Rajesh Sinha ji, all distinguished guests from the Indian Navy, Coast Guard, Customs, and various other state and government organizations, all industry stakeholders, my seniors, and fellow colleagues from the DGMA. It's my honor and privilege to stand in front of you to present the success story of Indian seafarers in the present geopolitical scenario in relation to the security and welfare of our Indian seafarers. So, sir, over 90% of the world's trade is carried out by the sea, powered by the seafarers, expertise, and the resilience. They ensure the uninterrupted movement of the essential goods, fuels, and raw material. As per the new MS Act 2025, they are recognized as the key workers. India is aiming to build a future-ready maritime workforce through the training and well-being of the majors. This success story itself speaks. We can see a 213% rise from 2013 to 2025, wherein we can see, as per the BIMCO guidelines and the BIMCO publication, the India has come up from the 5th position in 2021 to 2nd position in 2026 and still going strong, sir. It's not only the men, but with the initiative of Sagar Mesaman, introduced under DGS Order 18 of 24, the ladies and our women seafarers are close hand to hand, and they have risen from 2021 being just 1,600 to 7,000 plus in 2025. We aim the Maritime India Vision 2030 to 2 to 3% of women participation. The whole government approach is responsible behind this, wherein we have MOPSW DGMA being the direction and escalation, Indian Navy being in maritime security, embassies are in hand to hand on ground on intervention, ship owner RPSLs are the execution and reliability, and MEA and other missions are doing the diplomatic and consular help. And the port, flag, and MRCCs are doing the rescue and coordination. So all this is one common operation picture, one coordinated decision, and safer seafarers. If we see today, we have complete setup of a crisis group which works 24 hours a day. And from the Gulf crisis, we can see the figures here. Total calls monitored were more than 16,000, more than 41,000 of emails handled, and more than 4,000 Indian seafarers were evacuated. As we know, sir, today we are going through the geopolitical disturbance, which is four front. The first front being the Strait of Hormuz. We had 37 incidents, 10 fatalities, and 10 injuries. The second one being the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, wherein we have 3 incidents, 0 fatalities, 0 injuries. The third being the Black Sea with the Russia and Ukraine conflict, with 22 incidents, 5 fatalities, 2 injuries, and 2 missing. But we are in direct contact with them, with the families, with all the stakeholders, and they'll be brought back home. The fourth front, which has opened up, is the piracy is happening in Somalia. We have 5 incidents with 0 fatalities and 0 injuries. There are a lot of steps taken this with the DGCOM Center being the guardian at the sea. They are working 24/7 with LRIT, which monitors the real-time vessel movement beyond the coastal waters, enhancing the maritime security, and they look for the security oversight and search and rescue operations. DGCOM Center works 24/7 in managing the distress and the security calls, security alert, issuing advisories and coordinating with the Coast Guard, MRCC, and all the stakeholders. We have a 24 hours helpline with a phone number, WhatsApp, and the email available 24/7. With time to time, DGMA has given a lot of circulars. That includes the circular for Strait of Hormuz, for Black Sea, Red Sea, and the very latest being 47 of 26, which was dated on the 5th of August, which has opened up and saying that Indian ship owners, ship managers, RPSL agencies to inform the DGCOM Center before they transit, and they have to take the consent of all Indian seafarers, strengthening emergency response mechanism through dedicated DGCOM Center and IFC IOR contact channels. If we see the ensuring humanitarian support families, we have a SWFS, which gives us the 10 lakh ex gratia assistance, which is done immediately. There is a counselor who looks for the welfare and in the touch with all the NOKs. We have the RPSLs, which are in contact with the P&I, and the DGMA itself look very, very closely into their settlements. The RPSLs are not merely the recruitment agencies for us. They are the critical partners in the DGMA welfare ecosystem. Beyond the compliance and the recruitment, several RPSLs have demonstrated exceptional commitment during these times. So I don't want to, we have to mention them. There are 3 RPSLs which have done phenomenally good job during these times. They have supported the families during the crisis. Example is MV Golden Leo. They have dignified the repatriation support. Example is MV GFS Galaxy. Humanitarian assistance on MV Omarfi was done by the RPSL, which was not even responsible for that. So they have extended support beyond the humanitarian grounds. This is the ecosystem of the RPSLs, looking for 524 active, and the map demonstrates with 408 being in the Maharashtra. Time to time, DGMA has done a lot of workshops. Whenever the new notices comes, we have a stakeholder communication with them. Any suggestions? The main one we had happened on the 30th of July, where we had mentioned about the sanctions. The government policy was very clearly mentioned that we do not recognize any unilateral sanctions, but the documentation checking is the prime job of the RPSS before the employer. Going for the digitizations, E-Navig portal has opened up 4 major fronts. The first being 24/7 grievance redress module. We have casualty reporting management, under which the Seafarer tracking module is being developed to be launched on the 15th of August. We have RPSL module for the authentic job portal and digitize C, and we have a MTI module. Launch of E-Navig was done by our Honorable Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowalji on the 29th May, which was the first ever initiative by any country. And we are proud to say today we have got more than 4,000 grievances, and the RPSN and all stakeholders are showing their concern and their. So basically, if you see here, there are more than 4,000 grievances received in just 2 months, which speaks the volume. Whereas if you see in the last year, there were only 3,170 grievances. It has overtaken even that within 2 months. So this speaks the volume, sir. Another format was the digital transformation of crewing ecosystem, wherein it was a dream that every Indian seafarer should be protected, to protect every seafarer wherever they are. So we are launching this seafarer tracking dashboard, and it will be coming in force on 15th of August, which will open up a single window platform to track every Indian seafarer wherever they are on any type of a ship, Indian or a foreign vessel. So it will monitor the real time of any seafarer, wherein we can take the seafarer anytime, including the RPSL involved, the next of kin, and any other data in real time. So whenever we are in the crisis, this can help us to take the information in a very, very quicker way. So we are having a lot of consultations with RPSLs going on from past few days, and it's going wonderfully fine. And on the beta version will be released on this 15th of August. There are a lot of welfare schemes, as we see by SWFS, which include survival benefit, invalidity benefit, old age benefit, family benefit, ex gratia support, and many more. Besides this, there are a lot of welfare infrastructure projects coming up with the amount sanctioned, granted more than 100 crores. There are 14 infrastructures which we can see here on the map, which is on the coastal as well as on the non-coastal areas of India. These are the few pictures to be shown. And basically, we are going to develop the unified online booking system for these welfare clubs. It will be a centralized national platform with an end-to-end digital platform, MLC compliance standardization, and unified welfare network. enhance user experience and transparency. If we see further on this, the accommodation and lodging, food and catering, recreation wellness, medical support, communication connectivity, and administrative support will be taken place with the vision of development of a uniform national network for the Seafarer Welfare Club aligned to the MLC 2006. So we have done a lot, but the challenges and measures taken by the government, I want to highlight here there are a lot of challenges, but the things are working fine and a lot of measures have been taken place. The first one, which we had, was the immigration and the shore leave issues. The SOP was issued in this, notified already. There were a lot of consultations with MHA through MOPSW. The SWFS support for strengthening the immigration post wherever it is required is already being done. The Seafarer grievances, the 24/7 grievance redressal portal is working in that from the 15th of August. For the abandonment, there is a regular meeting held with ILO, IMO, and ITF for resolution of the cases. And there is the quarterly wise review held by the secretary himself. The lack of awareness of the welfare schemes are there, but we are regularly putting forward the symposiums, and it is being told on social media. The fraudulent manning practices. So MOU has been signed with the third-party audits with QCI and stricter compliance enforcement, wherein some of the things are that we are going to put only 2 RPSLs per vessel, and then a new job portal is under development with the zero tolerance against the fraud awarenesses. We had a documentation failure in offloading, so we have the Pranam counter at the T2 terminal of Mumbai, which checks the verification of the documents with the seafarers going abroad. Then the need of the ethical and conduct at sea. There is a publication of the standard Seafarer Code of Conduct, which takes care of them. So to conclude, sir, these initiatives clearly reflects the seafarer first vision of the government and further ready maritime ecosystem. The progress made is inspiring, and horizon ahead promises stronger protection, great opportunity, global leadership of the Indian seafarers to go ahead, sir. Jai Hind, sir.
Thank you, Captain, for your comprehensive presentation on the various initiatives taken by DGMA for the welfare of seafarers. We now arrive at a defining moment in today's program. E-Samudra is a transformative step towards a modern, transparent, and digitally enabled maritime administration. By bringing multiple maritime services onto a single integrated platform, it simplifies regulatory process, reduces physical interface, enables real-time tracking of applications, and delivers faster, predictable, and accountable services to seafarers, ship owners, ports, service providers, and other stakeholders. In doing so, E-Samudra not only strengthens transparency and governance, but also advances the vision of ease of doing business by making maritime services more accessible, efficient, and citizen centric. It is now my privilege to invite our chief guest, Shri Sharvanand Sonowalji, to formally inaugurate E-Samudra, and all the dignitaries to kindly join. So you could be seated, sir.
And guidance of Honorable Minister of Board, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Ramananda Requirement. E-Samudra, a digital initiative of India in the law. Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Kal Maritime Vision 2047 are steering India towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse. Achieving this vision requires governance that is modern, transparent, technology-driven, and citizen-centered. Leading this transformation, the Directorate General of Maritime Administration is redefining maritime governance through E-Samudra, a comprehensive digital ecosystem that connects people, processes, and technology across India's maritime sector. E-Samudra, built by our technology partner, CMS Computers, is more than a digital force.
It is the foundation of India's maritime digital movement. Designed as an integrated platform, E-Samudra brings together multiple e-governance applications to deliver seamless digital services to every stakeholder across the maritime ecosystem, from seafarers and ship owners to ports, maritime institutions, recognized organizations, and regulatory authorities. This digital ecosystem lays the foundation for the future DGMA India application, where maritime services will be available anytime, anywhere. India is now the world's second largest provider of seafarers and is steadily progressing towards becoming the world's leading maritime world. Supporting this growth requires services that are simple, accessible, and completely digital. The Seafarer module transforms every stage of a seafarer's professional journey, from creating a new profile to applying for CBC, COC, and certificate of proficiency. Every process is now streamlined through eSamudra. Profile updates, renewals, approvals, and digital certificates are available through paperless workflows with real-time tracking and faster service delivery.
Peace, progress, prosperity को और तेजी से आगे बढ़ाएं। एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर का निर्माण करें।
इस समुद्र ship registration module facilitates quick, digital and faster ship registration, reduces procedural delays, improves ease of doing business, and support growth of Indian flag.
India is building a modern national digital ship registry aligned with global maritime standards. Powered by the Merchant Shipping Act 2025, E-Samudra enables a fully integrated digital platform for ship registration and associated regulatory services. From vessel registration to surveys, certification, digital mortgages, tonnage measurement, and taxation, every process is managed through secure digital workflows. This modern registry supports transparency, efficiency, and ease of doing business while strengthening India's position among leading international maritime centers. The charter permission model digitizes the complete approval process for charter permissions and licensing, enabling faster regulatory approval for Indian as well as foreign flag vessels. The multimodal transport operator module simplifies licensing and regulatory compliance through end-to-end digital services for registration, renewal, grievance management, and appeals. Apply for new FPO license, renewal of license. The sailing vessel seaman module provides a complete digital lifecycle for sailing vessels personnel, from profile creation and identity management to operational deployment. Recognized organizations are integrated for onboarding, certification, audits, and renewals, ensuring proper compliance and regulatory oversight. E-Samudra also digitizing approvals and accreditations for maritime service providers, creating a transparent and efficient regulatory ecosystem. Apply for supporting India's ports. E-Samudra enables digital services for environmental sustainability, navigational safety, and maritime security. The medical tracking module streamlines the approval and renewal of DGMA approved documents while enabling digital issuance of medical certificates for seafarers. The finance and administrative platform strengthens governance through integrated digital management of budgeting, accounts, audit, and public procurement. Survey and certification services are now fully digitized, enabling faster inspections, approvals, and statutory certification through integrated workflow. Today, E-Samudra is delivering measurable outcomes across India's maritime ecosystem. 15 digital modules, 72 online services, 80,000 plus seafarers served, nearly 100,000 stakeholders on board, 13 regional offices connected, 100 plus digital certificates issued. Integrated digital workflows have significantly reduced processing time, with several citizen services now being delivered through same-day approval. Together, these outcomes are improving transparency, efficiency, and ease of doing business across India's maritime sector. The journey has only begun. E-Samudra is the digital backbone of the future DGMA app, bringing together every maritime service on a single intelligent platform. A future where maritime services are available anything, anywhere.
May I further invite Shri Praneet Chaudhary, DDG DGMA, the nodal officer for the implementation of E-Samudra project, along with representatives of the implementation agency CMS, to kindly felicitate Honorable Union Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sonowal ji. The inauguration of E-Samudra represents yet another significant step towards building a smarter, more responsive, and digitally empowered maritime administration for the benefit of India's seafarers and maritime stakeholders. With the inauguration of E-Samudra, we have witnessed an important milestone in India's continuing journey towards a more accessible, efficient, and technology-enabled maritime administration. And now we arrive at the most anticipated moment of the inaugural session, the address of our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Sonowal. A distinguished statesman and an accomplished public leader, Shri Sarvanand Sonowalji has served the nation with distinction in several key leadership roles, including as Union Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Youth Affairs and Sports, and as the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, where his tenure was marked by good governance, infrastructure development, administrative reforms, and inclusive growth. Today, as the Honorable Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways, he has carried forward the same vision by steering a transformative agenda for India's maritime sector. Under his leadership, the ministry has accelerated port-led development, championed digital governance through initiatives such as E-Samudra, strengthened maritime safety and security, and driven comprehensive welfare reforms through platforms such as E-Navik, the Digital Seafarers Employment Agreement, Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, Seafarers Welfare Clubs, Sagar Mein Samman, and Sagar Mein Yog, guided by the principles of minimum governance, maximum governance, ease of doing business, and the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. His leadership continues to position India as a globally competitive maritime nation while ensuring that every Indian seafarer remains at the heart of country's maritime growth story. It is my proud privilege and honor to invite our chief guest, Sri Sarvanand Sonowalji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, to address this distinguished gathering. Sir.
नमस्कार, आप सबको मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आज की जो कार्यक्रम हमारे समुद्रिक यात्रा हो या व्यापार हो और दुनिया का साथ रिश्ता बनाने के सिलसिले में हो, ये हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। बहुत ही हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि हम यहाँ एकत्रित इसलिए हुई है कि आप सबको मालूम है वर्तमान दुनिया में जो भी परिस्थिति हमारे लिए चुनौती के रूप से खड़ा हुई है, इस चुनौती का सामना करने के लिए हमको सब एकत्रित होना होगा। इंटीग्रेशन हमारे लिए मूल एकत्रित होने का आधार बनेगा और परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले 12 साल में उन्होंने देश को आगे बढ़ाने के सिलसिले में 140 करोड़ जनता को हमेशा एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत मंत्र के द्वारा एकत्रित करने के लिए लगे हुए हैं। और हमने इस विषय पर जो भी सफलता प्राप्त की है, इसका मूल कारण यही है कि थ्रू इंटीग्रेशन इट इज पावरफुल टू ड्राइव आवर सक्सेसफुल एफर्ट compete best of the best in the world। आज के जो हमारे कार्यक्रम है for the security, safety and welfare of seafarer और साथ साथ में ई समुद्र की लोकार्पण विमोचन, तो दोनों ही कार्यक्रम आज हम लोगों ने एक साथ मिलकर सफल बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हुए हैं। आज के कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच उपस्थित पोर्ट शिपिंग ऑथोरिटी की माननीय सचिव विजय कुमार जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल मैरीटाइम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन श्याम जगन्नाथन जी, हमारे एडवाइजर राजेश सिन्हा जी, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ मैरीटाइम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सुशील खोपड़ी जी, CMD शिपिंग कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया BK त्यागी जी, चेयरमैन मुंबई पोर्ट डॉक्टर M अंगुमुथी जी, और आज इस बैठक में उपस्थित हमारे इंडियन नेवी, इंडियन कोस्ट गार्ड, पोर्ट कस्टम्स, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ RPSL, Seafarers Union, Shipping Lines, Maritime Association and Training Institution, and young cadet and my dear seafarers। हमें आज इस कार्यक्रम में अगले दिनों के लिए भारत को हम अपने दो जो विजन है, मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन 2030 और मैरीटाइम अमृतकाल विजन 2047, जो दो विजन हमें परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी है, इसी लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए मुझे लगता है कि हर वर्टिकल पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज मंत्रालय के हर वर्टिकल हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, और खास करके हमारे सीफेयरर्स जिसके जरिए एक जहाज को देश से विदेश तक और विदेश से देश तक लाने का हम काम करते हैं। और साथ साथ में थोड़ा पानी ओके इसलिए आज वर्तमान परिस्थिति को देखते हुए मंत्रालय की तरफ से यह निर्णय ली गई है कि हम को एक साथ बैठना बहुत जरूरी है और वापस में बातचीत करना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि आज दुनिया में हमें दूसरा स्थान भारत को सीफेयर सप्लाई चेन के सिलसिले में जो भी प्राप्त हुई है, इससे आप लोगों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। मैं इसके लिए सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स सबका नाम मुझे लेना ही होगा, खास करके DG और मैरीटाइम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, साथ में रिक्रूटमेंट प्लेसमेंट सर्विसेज लाइसेंसेस, सीफेयर्स यूनियन, शिप मैनेजमेंट कंपनी, सभी को मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं, क्योंकि आज हम लोगों ने जो भी खिताब हासिल की है, इससे देशवासियों को प्रेरणा मिलती है और हमारे नई पीढ़ियों को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण बनता है। तो इस उदाहरण के आधारित अगले दिनों में नई पीढ़ियों को इस सेक्टर में लाने के लिए हमें निश्चित रूप से ऐसा ही कदम उठाना होगा। तो आज आप लोगों ने जो भी कदम उठाई है, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। लेकिन सीफेयरर्स का नियुक्ति का साथ साथ उनका सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी और वेलफेयर, इसका विशेष रूप से ख्याल रखना होगा। जब भी कोई सीफेयर्स नाविक को हम किसी जहाज में नियुक्त करते हैं, उसके बाद वो निकल जाते हैं, घर की उनकी जो भी रिश्तेदार, इनका ख्याल रखना हमारा दायित्व है या नहीं? क्योंकि वो चिंतित ना रहे, इसके लिए भरोसा कौन देंगे? भरोसा हमें देना होगा, हमें एक साथ मिलकर देना होगा। तो इसलिए अगले दिनों में ऐसा ही कदम हमें, अगर हम सब मिलकर सही समय पर उठा पाया और लोगों को ये आत्मविश्वास जगाने का काम किया, भरोसा देने का काम किया, तो निश्चित रूप से और हजारों नई पीढ़ी इस सेक्टर में शामिल होंगे। मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन 2030 के हिसाब से हमारे भागीदारी 12% है, इसको 20% तक ले जाना होगा। 20% का मतलब है, मुझे लगता है 6 लाख का आसपास। We'll have to overcome that particular figure, and to achieve that target, we'll have to put our best possible effort. खास करके इन दिनों में आप जो प्रेजेंटेशन दी गई है, वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस में हमारे DGMA की तरफ से जो भी कदम उठाए गए आप लोगों का सहयोग से, इंडियन नेवी, कोस्ट गार्ड, सभी विदेश मंत्रालय, सभी के सहयोग से आज रिपेट्रिएट करने में हम लोगों ने जो भी संख्या पार किया है, ये बड़े सराहनीय है। It is not that easy to bring back more than 4,000 seafarers to the nation safely. So this is the initiative which is always demanded, and this initiative will have to continue, sustain with your support, with your cooperation. इसलिए हर हमारे रिक्रूटमेंट, प्लेसमेंट, सर्विसेज, लाइसेंस, आप सबको विशेष रूप से जो भी आप लोगों ने कदम उठाए हैं, इसका जानकारी हमारा DGMA का पास अगर सही रहे तो सरकार भी कदम उठा सकते हैं। हमको हर बिंदु पर अपना जानकारी निश्चित होना चाहिए, हर तथ्य और हर आंकड़ा अगर आप इस सूत्रों के जरिए आज इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए जो भी बहुत इंटीग्रेटेड पावरफुल मोस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म शुरू की गई है, तो इसके लिए मैं DGMA को विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में जब डिजिटल इंडिया के बारे में बोल रहे थे, उसी कालसन में शायद लोगों का इतना इस विषय पर अनुभव नहीं थे, कहां तक जाएंगे, कैसे शुरू करेंगे, लेकिन आज ये हम लोगों ने करके दिखाया है और इसमें हर मंत्रालय, हर विभाग और देश को आज मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सफल बनाने के सिलसिले में जो भी कदम उठाए गए, इसके वजह से आज हम लोगों को भी आत्मविश्वास बहुत बहुत जबरदस्त बढ़ने लगा है। तो इसलिए सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस जब बढ़ते हैं, तो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस के जरिए हम अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए निश्चित रूप से एक भरोसेमंद से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज हम लोग निश्चित रूप से ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म शुरू की गई है, तो इसके जरिए भविष्य में मुझे DGMA ने बताया अभी श्याम जगन्नाथन ने कि दुनिया का पहला स्थान, भारत पहला देश है जिन्होंने ऐसा एक बहुत कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म शुरू की है, इंटीग्रेटिंग द 15 मॉड्यूल्स So this is a powerful initiative. India have registered its potentiality in this sector and fulfilling the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you. So इसलिए मैं यही चाहूंगा कि अगले दिनों में भी आप ऐसे ही बने रहे, क्योंकि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का साथ साथ टीम इंडिया, ये जो स्प्रिट है, स्प्रिट एंड स्केल, these are the parameters we'll have to always maintain at the time of our initiative, spirit and scale. So I believe with this principle we'll have to proceed for the future course of action, and I'm confident the way we are progressing, definitely we are going to achieve. And India second position में नहीं रहेगा, भारत हमेशा पहला स्थान में रहेगा. आप देखिए शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में हम कहां रहे, और आज शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में हमारा हर शिपयार्ड जाग उठा है, और दुनिया के बड़े बड़े विकसित देश ने आज हिंदुस्तान की शिपयार्ड में ऑर्डर प्लेस करने लगा. विजय जी, कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड ने अब तक कितना ऑर्डर विदेशी कंपनी से मिला?
For the first time, container ships have been ordered by CGM to be built in Cochin shipyard.
Yeah, that's the power.
That's the biggest achievement.
तो इसलिए CMA CGM फ्रांस का कंपनी है, दुनिया का प्रमुख कंपनी है. उसी कंपनी ने आज हिंदुस्तान की शिप बिल्डिंग टेक्नोलॉजी और शिप बिल्डिंग एबिलिटी पर विश्वास दिखाया है. ये कोई मामूली सफलता नहीं है, वेस्ट आज इसकी तरफ आ रहा है. So this is the power of our Honorable Prime Minister leadership, his vision, his effort, and his kind of devoted, dedicated initiative ultimately created that ecosystem in India. Now every Indian can think that yes, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. That is why we have also targeted to become one of the best 5 shipbuilding nations by 2047. So I believe why all these things is happening is because of our Honorable Prime Minister's his most modern policy program and timely implementation, quality implementation with good governance. So these are the important transformation. India 140 crores Indian witness in the last 12 years, and as a result, every India, whether it is Arunachal Pradesh, Gujarat, Kashmir, Kanyakumari, every part, Lakshadweep, Andaman, everywhere, India is shining with success. मैं शिपिंग मंत्रालय में पिछले 5 साल से हूं. आप लोगों के सहयोग के वजह से अगर कुछ हम लोगों ने सफलता हासिल की है, ये संभव हुई है. So I am really thankful to all the stakeholders connected with Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways because of your wholehearted support. This ministry in the last 5 years, as per the World Bank Logistic Index reports, how we are attaining the most important milestone in the last 12 years, and particularly in the 5 years, you could read it and understand it. And why it is happening? Because of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision. It's not tiring up. All the time, he is very much attentive and also giving full support to this ministry. Even in the budget, how he has created provision for shipbuilding, ship repair, ship recycling, and also how he has created provision for container manufacturing in India. So now every leading maritime state in the country coming forward, developing kind of integration with Government of India and for cluster creation for shipbuilding and ship repairs. And at the same time, I want to let you know that India has become #1 nation in the ship recycling in the world. तो हर सेक्टर में आज भारत ने जिस हिसाब से तरक्की की है, तो इससे सभी सेक्टर के लोगों को इसे देखकर प्रेरणा मिलती है और उनकी मन में भी ये साहस जागता है कि निश्चित रूप से भारत ने जो लक्ष्य तय की है अगले 2047 तक $30 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए निश्चित रूप से संभव होगा। और हमें अगली 22 साल के अंदर मैरीटाइम इंडिया अमृतकाल विजन बाय 2047 उसी लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए हमने ये भी तय किया है 80 लाख करोड़ will be invested in this sector. 80 lakhs crore. And how money will be generated in the last, I think, 4th summit? Na? So far, we have already got the assurance from global companies and leading companies of India. More than 25 lakhs crore. So this is the, this is the power of our leadership. Why? Because the people reposing faith and modern leadership. And they firmly believe that whatever Modi ji says, he acts accordingly. And that is why in every sector, India could able to register its potentialities, its capabilities, its capacities in all the sectors. That's the reason why now India could able to create that ecosystem which could draw the attention of the leading company of the world to invest in India. Now, one after another, all the leading companies of the world in this sector coming forward, joining hand with Indian company to create ecosystem here. So why? Because before 12 years back, this environment was mixed. Now why this has come back? Because this is only happening on our Prime Minister's initiative and his vision. With these words, I again मैं आप सब फिर से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और आप DGMA का साथ हमेशा बने रहिए हर परिस्थिति के लिए और जो भी आप लोगों ने अभी नियुक्ति दी है हमारी नई पीढ़ियों को, नए युवा को और खास करके हमारे वुमेन सीफेयर्स का जो संख्या जिस हिसाब से बढ़ रहा है ये हमारे लिए बड़े उत्साहजनक है। So far we have given the scope for more than 7,000 women seafarers in the country. So इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि सीफेयर्स को नियुक्ति देने का समय पे आप उनको दुनिया की हालत के बारे में भी जानकारी दीजिएगा। डिटेल में उन लोगों को ये जानकारी देना जरूरी है। कहीं रिस्क जोन में हम अगर काम करने के लिए जाए तो अपनी खास करके जो भी स्टेक होल्डर है DGMA का साथ मिलकर इस विषय पर उनको भी विशेष रूप से जागरूक करना होगा कैसे हम सावधानी हो रहेंगे और इसमें हमारा कहां केयरफुलनेस कहां हमें खास करके अवेयरनेस हमारा बीच में सही है इस विषय पर भी चर्चा होना बहुत जरूरी है। किसी भी बिंदु को आप उनके मन के बाहर मत रखिएगा, उनको जैसे भी हो हर बिंदु के बारे में उनको जानकारी दीजिएगा। क्योंकि एक हमारे सीफेयर्स को अगर वेट बना के आपने उनको दुनिया के अलग अलग प्रांतों पर भेजे तो उनका भी अंदर में वो साहस होता है, क्योंकि आज हम लोगों ने जो भी कदम उठाया है उनको ये भरोसा देने के लिए, भाई हम आपका साथ है और रहेंगे। दुनिया में जहां भी रहे आपको अकेलापन महसूस करने नहीं देंगे। ये भरोसा देना बहुत जरूरी है। This is the confidence you'll have to generate in their mindset. क्योंकि उन लोगों ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाने के लिए आज 95% एक्जिम कार्गो को हैंडल करते हैं। कोई मामूली बात नहीं है। 95% एक्जिम कार्गो हैंडल बाय दिस मिनिस्ट्री, and who takes care in the ship? It is the seafarer. तो इसलिए सीफेयरर्स का जो हमने सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी और वेलफेयर, ये तीनों शब्द को मूल्यांकन सही रूप से करना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं कि हमने लिख दिया और हमारा दायित्व खत्म, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। तो इसलिए आज परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने खासकर से इस मंत्रालय को निर्देश दिए, हमारे सीफेयर्स के सुरक्षा के लिए आप लोगों को मोस्ट इफेक्टिव इनिशिएटिव लेना जरूरी है। तो आज इस निर्देश को हम लोगों को निश्चित रूप से जमीनी का साथ उसका जोड़ना होगा, जमीनी हकीकत का साथ उसको जोड़ना होगा, ताकि हर सीफेयर का मन में ये साहस उत्पन्न हो कि ना, हमारा साथ सब है, देशवासी है, हमारा साथ मंत्रालय है, हमारा साथ DGMA है और हमारा साथ RPSL है और बाकी संस्था है। क्योंकि अगर उन लोगों को आप लोगों ने उसी हिसाब से ट्रेन किया, अनुभव जगाया, तो निश्चित रूप से अगले दिनों के लिए हम हर परिस्थिति का साथ मुकाबला करने के लिए हम काबिल रहेंगे। I believe today, like your participation ultimately created a sector of confidence, of integration, of team spirit. So this participation is not an ordinary participation. This assembly is going to speak volumes of its responsibility for the seafarers tomorrow. So that is why this is very remarkable initiative. I am especially thankful to DGMA and our most dynamic secretary Vijay Kumarji with his team. He is all the time with DGMA working for the welfare of the seafarers and also trying to integrate all the stakeholders on the same platform so that हमारे बीच में साहस का एक बहुत बड़ा माहौल बने, क्योंकि हम जब जुड़ जाते हैं शक्ति दोगुना हो जाती। हम किसी भी हालत में कमजोर महसूस नहीं करते। अगर हम अकेले रहेंगे हम कमजोर पड़ जाएंगे। तो इसलिए दुनिया ने, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ही हमें शिक्षा दी है, एक साथ मिलकर काम करना सीखो। Don't try to work in silos. Work in integration. It will give you a lot of power, wisdom, knowledge, skill. So I believe with that spirit we will have to move forward. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, sir, for your inspiring and visionary address. Your words will undoubtedly provide renewed direction and encouragement to the government, industry, maritime institutions, and every stakeholder gathered here today as we work collectively towards building a stronger, more seafarer-centric maritime ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, may we once again express our gratitude to the Honorable Minister with a huge round of applause. As a humble token of our deepest gratitude and sincere appreciation for the visionary leadership and gracious presence today, we shall now have the honor of presenting a memento to our chief guest. May I request Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji To present the memento, Sri Sarbananda Sonowalji, Honorable Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Let the applause continue. We shall now honor the presence of Sri Vijay Kumar ji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. May I request Shyam sir to kindly present memento Sri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. May I request Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopre ji, Additional DG, to kindly present the memento Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Advisor, Indian Ports Association. Thank you so much, sir. As we step forward, it is a time to acknowledge the contribution of our two key stakeholders, the Maritime Union of India and National Union of Seafarers of India. We have Captain Savio Ramos, Secretary General, the MUI, and Sri Milind Kandalgaonkar, General Secretary, National Union of Seafarers of India, who have contributed 10 lakhs and 12 lakhs for the welfare of seafarers in the war zone and high-risk areas. Thank you, sir. As we approach the conclusion of the inaugural session, it is now time to express our gratitude to all those whose presence, leadership, and contribution have made this session meaningful. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Sudhir Kohakare, Deputy DG, Director General of Maritime Administration, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. While speaking about India's maritime strength, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has once said, no matter which coastline we visit around the world, you will surely find a ship with Indian seafarers on board. These words remind us of global presence of our seafarers and responsibility we carry towards their security, safety, and welfare. Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Director General of Maritime Administration, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration, senior officers of Government of India, distinguished dignitaries, representative of Maritime Fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. It's my privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this inaugural session dedicated to seafarer security, safety, and seafarer welfare and marking the inauguration of E-Samudra project. At the outset, I express our deepest gratitude to Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Port, Shipping and Waterway for gracing this important occasion and for sharing his valuable vision, guidance with the maritime fraternity. Sir, your presence here today is a strong reaffirmation of government's commitment towards the security, safety, welfare and well-being of our seafarers who are indispensable part of India's maritime strength and global trade. So you have underlined in today's speech India's strength in ship repair, ship recycling, container manufacturing. So your advice and your words, West coming to East, has actually encouraged us. Let me assure that we shall make our best possible effort and ensure that India is emerging as a global leader. So we shall also ensure that seafarers are given necessary confidence that all Indians, Indian government is with them, sir. Sir, we are particularly grateful for your continuous guidance in strengthening the India's maritime ecosystem. Today also marks an important milestone with the inauguration of E-Samudra. This initiative represents an important step towards technology-driven, efficient, transparent maritime governance towards strengthening the delivery of the maritime services. I extend my sincere thanks to Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterway for his valuable address and continued guidance towards advancing ministry's vision for the maritime sector. I am grateful to the Director General of Maritime Administration, Additional Director General of Maritime Administration for their leadership and for their continued focus on the security, safety, and welfare of the seafarer. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to all senior government officers, maritime stakeholders, distinguished guests whose presence has added significance to this important occasion. On behalf of the Director General of Maritime Administration and entire maritime fraternity, I once again convey our deepest gratitude to Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for being with us today, for his valuable address and for his inspiring guidance. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude session 1 and we transition into session 2 of interactive session with Honorable Minister, with the cadets and RPSLs. We once again thank Honorable Union Minister and all the dignitaries for their gracious present for today's event. इधर है ना For the remaining session 2, I request everyone be seated here only. And the RPSLs on the right side for the interactive session with Honorable Union Minister. And for delegates representing maritime sector other than the RPSLs and MTIs, kindly be seated here. We start with our session 2 shortly. I would request only the RPSLs and the cadets to leave for the interaction with the Honorable Minister. The remaining audience, kindly be seated. We will be starting with the session 2. Presentation on Seafarers Welfare Initiatives. May I request all the delegates who are standing outside the conference room to please come inside and be seated. We are starting the session 2. The lunch will open only after session 2. So the earlier you come inside, the better. वहीं पे चेयर पे होगा ना चेयर
नहीं नहीं सब देख लिया
फोल्डर में
और उनका ही फोल्डर
उनका ही फोल्डर नहीं तो कोई तो ले गया होगा I request gentlemen standing here in the conference room to please take your seat and others will join. Kind request to all the dignitaries standing outside in the lobby to please get inside and be seated. We are waiting for you to start the session 2. A humble request to all the dignitaries and delegates standing outside to please assemble and come back and take your seats. We are starting the session 2 on Seafarers Welfare Initiatives. Seafarers Club, Sagar Mein Samman and Sagar Mein Yog.
Hello, everyone who's standing outside. Request you back inside the ballroom, please. This is a humble announcement. Please, everyone who's standing outside, please join us back in the ballroom for the session, please. This is a humble request to everyone who's standing outside. Please join us back in the ballroom for the session, please.
We assure you we won't be keeping you waiting for long for the lunch.
So, guys, we'll be opening lunch for this session. So, we request you guys to please join us back in the ballroom, please. This is a humble request to all the stakeholders who are standing the
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's come back and assemble together for our welfare of the seafarers.
Hello, everyone. Standing in the hall, kindly join us back in the ballroom, please. So, sir, lunch should start at 6 a.m. Should kindly join us for the start at 6 a.m.
We break for lunch at 1:35. Request for a kind cooperation and please be seated. So here, now we start the session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the well-being of our seafarers extends far beyond regulatory compliance. It encompasses social security, welfare infrastructure, mental well-being, inclusivity, access to support services, and initiatives that recognize the invaluable contribution of Indian seafarers to global shipping. The next presentation focuses on the institutional framework being strengthened, a more comprehensive and inclusive welfare ecosystem for Indian seafarers. The session will cover initiatives under Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, the development of Seafarers Welfare Club, and programs such as Sagar Mein Samman and Sagar Mein Yog, together with initiatives promoting gender inclusion in seafaring and the broader seafarer well-being agenda. To deliver this important presentation, it is my privilege to invite Captain Nitin Mukesh, DG Crew, Director General of Maritime Administration, a master mariner with a distinguished career spanning seafaring, maritime administration, and public policy. Captain Nitin Mukesh is at the forefront of advancing India's seafarer welfare agenda as a member secretary of Seafarers Welfare Fund Society and the commissioner of Seamen's Provident Fund Organization. He has been instrumental in driving transformative reforms to strengthen social security, welfare infrastructure, and institutional support for Indian seafarers. Please join me in welcoming Captain Nitin Mukesh.
Respected guests, member of the maritime fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. Today's presentation is about how we have to make strengthen our welfare in the system. The presentation focus on two important pillars of the seafarer welfare. That is SW Seafarer Welfare Fund Society and the Seafarer Welfare Club developed under the SW-BAT initiative. So this is the introduction of the SWFS, which was established by the Government of India in 1964 with a clear objective to safeguard the welfare of Indian seafarers and their family. And after over the years, its roles has extended beyond financial assistance. Today, SWFS manages welfare and gratuity fund while also supporting the development of welfare infrastructure across the country. This is the mandate and functions of the SWFS. As shown in the slides, it assists serving seafarer, retired seafarers, and their family through financial assistance, एजुकेशनल सपोर्ट, ग्रेचुइटी मैनेजमेंट एंड वेलफेयर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. जैसा आपने सुना होगा जिंदगी के समय और जिंदगी के बाद भी एसडब्ल्यूएफएस का मोटो मतलब एसडब्ल्यूएफएस यही प्रदान करने की ट्राई कर रही है. This is the financial architecture of the SWFS. We are having corpus of around 812 crores for welfare funds, 769 crores for seafarer gratuity funds, and 40.85 crore it is given in the administrative funds. So this fund 812 crores, it enables society to meet welfare commitment while supporting long-term developments of welfare infrastructure. हम लोग किधर से स्टार्ट किए? And detailed review is a 392 death and missing seafarer cases, and 90 cases were awaiting responses from the RPSL company. And बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जिसको ट्रेस भी नहीं किया गया. So we have this review will help us to identify the root causes and become the starting point for improving the entire welfare process. Based on this review, a comprehensive rationalization of the welfare framework through DGA circular number 39 of 2026 was carried out. And I am really thankful to the SWFS.com members who also contributed in carrying out the rationalizations and to give more financial assistance to the seafarer and to introduce the new social security measures and the consolidate the 12 schemes under a single uniform process. इसमें सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट था जो वॉर रिस्क जोन में जो दिया गया 10 लाख रुपीस, जो पर्शियन गल्फ, ब्लैक सी सभी जगह एक स्कीम इंट्रोड्यूस की गई. These are the 12 schemes at a glance. आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं सर्वाइवर से लेकर मैटरनिटी से लेकर कैरियर प्रोग्रेशन सारे स्कीम्स यहाँ पे मेंशन्ड है. सारे स्कीम्स एसडब्ल्यूएफएस प्रोवाइड करती है जो पहले नहीं थी प्रायर टू 2025. I am going fast because I have to finish by 120, 125. And there is one movie also. Not movie, means one glance of the SWFS. This is the survivor benefit scheme. In the left hand side, you can see the eligibility criteria. And previously it started with the 2 lakhs rupees. Now it has enhanced to 6 lakhs rupees. And it is given, the financial assistance is given to the family of a deceased Indian seafarers. This is the invalidity benefit scheme. which which is given to the seafarer who is declared permanently unfit. The 6 lakhs maximum assistance is given when he is declared unfit by the certified doctors. And previously it was 2 lakhs, now it has increased to 6 lakhs rupees. Maternity benefit scheme, the financial assistance is given to the eligible Indian women seafarer during maternity, maximum up to 2 deliveries, up to two child. It previously it was 25,000, now it has gone to 50,000 rupees. This is family benefit welfare scheme. Educational support is provided to the dependent children of Indian seafarer who do the pre-sea training or who carry out the post graduation. This maximum assistance is given 1 lakh rupees. Old age benefit welfare scheme. There are two parts of this. One part is the seafarer who has attained the age of 65, and the other part is the seafarer who has attained the 75 years. 1 lakh rupees is given to the seafarer who has attained the 75 years of age. 6 lakh rupees is given to the death on board benefit scheme, ex gratia assistance in case of death or presumed death occurring on board. The previous scheme which you saw, that survivor benefit scheme, that was given, the death happens anywhere, but this one is for death on board schemes. This is the ex gratia support benefit scheme. It is given to the family of stranded or abandoned seafarer. Previously, it was 10,000 rupees. Now it is increased to 20,000 rupees for 12 months for a family of a seafarer who has been abandoned by the owner. This scheme rewards the academic achievement of the children of Indian seafarers, encouraging higher educations while recognizing the sacrifice made by the seafaring family. 25,000 rupees is given to the meritorious child of the seafarers. This is the medical and term insurance premium assistance scheme. This scheme is given to the Indian seafarer who takes the medical or term insurance and claim to the SWFS. Any seafarer, either at a shore or either at sea. So the 5,000 rupees maximum assistance is given. This is the one-time financial assistance scheme for seafarer facing notified critical or terminal illness, 2 lakhs rupees. Here they have to IRDA. There are cancer. There are illness given. They have to come with a certificate, and their family will be given 2 lakhs rupees maximum assistance. This scheme is a certificate of competency recognition and career progression scheme. This is given to the rating who has become officers, who qualifies as a merchant navy officers, and who pass the COC exam at MMD or DGS. 2 lakhs rupees assistance is immediate given. This scheme is just started in January 2026 from this scheme, which has been just started after the war. The 10 lakhs rupees is given to the seafarer who died at a high risk water, just like Persian Gulf and the Ukraine and the Black Sea. This comparison cannot be seen, but I can tell you this: the four that have been introduced, covering insurance premium assistance, critical illness support, career progression enhanced. It has just introduced in 2026. This is the settlement positions scheme wise. If you can see in previous quarter from 1st April to 31st 7 2026, we have given around 6 crore 44 lakhs 72,500 rupees to the seafarer in the last quarter. Previously, अगर आप पिछले साल का देखेंगे तो इतने अमाउंट एक साल का आएगा जो हमने लास्ट क्वार्टर में डिस्पर्स किया है. एक की प्रायोरिटी थी कि द टाइम टेकन फॉर गिवन फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस टू रीच बेनिफिशियरी. आप इस स्लाइड में जैसा देखेंगे दैट during 2020 before the 2026 it was 11 days time was taken, but abhi it has reduced to only 5 days. And 18 family जिनको 10 lakhs rupees मिला, that their time limit was less than 5 days, but we were not able to deliver because the mortal remains didn't reach within the 5 days. The change in process was we have a welfare counselor who continue the direct communication with the next of kin, deployed a dedicated welfare counselor, created 24/7 grievance response desk, introduced a standard operating procedure for handling cases, strengthened case tracking through dashboards and ensured direct credit of assistance into the beneficiary bank account. सीफेरर क्यों मिस करते हैं? बहुत सारे सीफेरर आई कीप ऑन रिसीविंग कंप्लेंट कि दैट हमको पैसा नहीं मिला. क्यों नहीं मिला? बिकॉज दे डू नॉट फिट इन द एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया. बहुत सारे केसेस में क्या होते हैं कि दैट द टाइम गिवन they didn't apply in the time. In the quarter they have to apply, but they didn't apply. And contact details, outdated contact details, delay in response from RPS license holder and RPSL agency, lack of awareness. ये सबसे बड़ा important factor है, lack of awareness among the family and also the incomplete documentations. This one was told regarding the scheme. अभी जो अभी आप देखने वाले हैं that is the clubs, which all clubs we are going to fund, and it is across the eastern and western coast of India. And this is in line with MLC 2006, that is often referred as a Bill of Right for Seafarers. And this convention emphasizes that the seafarers should have access to the appropriate welfare facility, a source including accommodations, recreation, communications, and support services. As you can see from east to west, north में अभी हम लोग गए नहीं हैं because north में we are still awaiting. These are the welfare infrastructure which we are going to either improve or either make, not by the SWFS, but the money will be given to the ports and through the government agency. And here we are giving around more than 95 lakhs, 95 crores, not lakhs, 95 crores to the clubs and to the to create the infrastructure in the northern sector also. Just you can see in the Patna also we have gone where we have created the welfare outreach center. If you can see the project at Chennai, Kamrajar, Kolkata, Haldia, Taratala Navigiri Samiti, and Patna, which is focused on modernization, operationalization of the welfare center, hostel facility, accommodation, and outreach services. If you can see here, Royal Bombay Cement Society also we are giving around 7.5 crores. And Mumbai Port, just we have received the proposal in the Johardip Island, that is known as the Butcher Island also. There also we are going to give around 4 to 5 crores. Kochi, we are going to give caravan 1 crores. JNPA already we have released money 2.66. Goa 13 crores. Kerala 3 crores. Kerala, which I have already mentioned, 50 crores, not 0.50 crores, which is already been released. This Chennai, we have released 14.62 crores. And Kamrajar also we have released around 7.5 crores. Haldia we are going to release, Taratalla and Patna also the work has been completed. These are the welfare infrastructure. The picture if you can see. As you can see that the slides, this slide you can see our objective that the secretary and the honorable minister has told to create a modern MLC compliant welfare ecosystem with quality accommodations, recreation, medical support, connectivity and 24 into service 7 services. And our aim is to increase the number of seafarers served in this club from around 50,000 annually to nearly 2 lakhs while achieving full compliance with international welfare standard. And one more here you can see the unified online booking system. जस्ट लाइक होटल में होता है कि आप बुक कीजिए और होटल मिल जाती है उसी हिसाब से उसी के तर्ज पे वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट ए ऑनलाइन बुकिंग सिस्टम एंड द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हैज बीन अवॉर्डेड एंड we expect that within 6 to 7 months this system will come across the eastern coast to western coast. With the continuous support of RPSL and other, DGMA remain committed to building a strong, more responsive and more inclusive welfare ecosystem for every Indian seafarer. So I'll request to run the clip or movie, whatever you can say.
हर सफर के पीछे एक कहानी होती है और हर भारतीय सीफेरर के पीछे होता है एक मजबूत सहारा। इसी विश्वास के साथ सीफेरर्स वेलफेयर फंड सोसाइटी SWFS वर्षों से भारतीय सीफेरर्स और उनके परिवारों के वेलफेयर के लिए समर्पित है। सर्वाइवर्स बेनिफिट, डेथ ऑन बोर्ड असिस्टेंस, हाई रिस्क एरिया सपोर्ट, एजुकेशन असिस्टेंस, मेडिकल और इंश्योरेंस सपोर्ट, करियर प्रोग्रेशन और इमरजेंसी वेलफेयर जैसे कई इनिशिएटिव्स के माध्यम से SWFS ने हजारों सीफेरर्स के जीवन को सुरक्षा और सहारा दिया है। पूर्वी तट से पश्चिमी तट तक SWFS भारत के मैरीटाइम वेलफेयर को एक नई पहचान दे रहा है। ये सिर्फ नए वेलफेयर सेंटर्स और सीफेरर्स क्लब्स का निर्माण नहीं, बल्कि भारत की समृद्ध समुद्री विरासत को संजोने और उसे नए युग के अनुरूप पुनर्जीवित करने का एक संकल्प है। मुंबई की रॉयल बॉम्बे सीमेन सोसाइटी, जिसका इतिहास 17वीं सदी से जुड़ा है, कोलकाता का मरीन क्लब एंड नाविक गृह समिति, जो लगभग एक शताब्दी से सीफेरर्स की सेवा करता आ रहा है, और चेन्नई सीफेरर्स क्लब, जिसने दशकों तक मैरीटाइम कम्युनिटी का साथ निभाया है। ये सभी ऐतिहासिक संस्थाएं अब अपनी विरासत को संजोते हुए MLC 2006 स्टैंडर्ड्स के अनुरूप आधुनिक सुविधाओं के साथ पुनर्विकसित की जा रही हैं। सीफेरर्स के वेलफेयर को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए मुंबई, न्हावा शेवा, मारगांव, कोच्चि, विजिंजम, चेन्नई, कामराज, हल्दिया, कोलकाता, तारतला, पटना पोर्ट्स के पास नए सीफेरर्स क्लब्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के अनुसार डेवलप किए जा रहे हैं। ये क्लब्स सीफेरर्स को वर्ल्ड क्लास वेलफेयर फैसिलिटीज और बेहतर सपोर्ट इकोसिस्टम प्रदान करेंगे। इसके साथ ही एक इनोवेटिव इनिशिएटिव के रूप में कोची पोर्ट पर पायलट मोड में मोबाइल सीफेरर्स वेलफेयर यूनिट भी शुरू की जा रही है। ये फैसिलिटी लोडेड कैरावैन सीफेरर्स तक ऑन द गो वेलफेयर सर्विसेज पहुंचाएगी, ताकि जरूरी सहायता
उन तक आसानी से और समय पर पहुंच सके। इसी के साथ पटना में सी फेरर्स आउटरीच सेंटर पहली बार बिहार और आसपास के राज्यों के सी फेरर्स को डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, गाइडेंस और वेलफेयर सर्विसेज उनके घर के करीब उपलब्ध करा रहा है, जिससे उन्हें दूर दराज मैरीटाइम शहरों की बार बार यात्रा करने की आवश्यकता नहीं रहेगी। नए सी फेरर्स क्लब्स, अकोमोडेशन कॉम्प्लेक्सेस, वेलफेयर सेंटर्स और मोबाइल आउटरीच यूनिट्स के माध्यम से भारत का पहला इंटीग्रेटेड सी फेरर वेलफेयर नेटवर्क तैयार कर रहा है, जो हर सी फेरर को सुरक्षित, सम्मानजनक और वर्ल्ड क्लास सुविधाएं प्रदान करेगा। ये सिर्फ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास नहीं, बल्कि हर भारतीय सी फेरर के जीवन, सम्मान और भविष्य में किया गया एक दीर्घकालिक निवेश है। इस पूरे इनिशिएटिव के दौरान 2 लाख से अधिक सी फेरर्स के वेलफेयर को मजबूत बनाने के लिए डीजीएमए के मार्गदर्शन में एसडब्ल्यूएफएस द्वारा लगभग 100 करोड़ रुपए ग्रांट प्रदान की जा रही है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन भी इस बदलाव का एक महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। एसडब्ल्यूएफएस, ईआरपी और यूनिफाइड ऑनलाइन बुकिंग सिस्टम के माध्यम से वेलफेयर सर्विसेज, अकोमोडेशन मैनेजमेंट और बुकिंग प्रोसेस को डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर लाया जा रहा है, जिससे ट्रांसपेरेंसी, एफिशिएंसी और सीमलेस एक्सेस भारत के हर कोने के लिए सुनिश्चित होगा। इसके साथ ही डीजी प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम एक यूनिफाइड डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के रूप में मैरीटाइम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग, मॉनिटरिंग और डिलीवरी को रियल टाइम ओवरसाइट, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और अकाउंटेबिलिटी के साथ सुनिश्चित कर रहा है। एसडब्ल्यूएफएस की वेलफेयर स्कीम्स, मॉडर्न इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव्स मिलकर भारतीय सी फेरर्स के लिए एक ट्रांसपेरेंट, इंक्लूसिव और फ्यूचर रेडी वेलफेयर इकोसिस्टम का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी के नेतृत्व और डीजीएमए के मार्गदर्शन में भारत एसडब्ल्यूएफएस द्वारा इन इनिशिएटिव से सी फेयर्स को घर जैसा आराम मिलेगा। हर भारतीय सी फेरर का वेलफेयर, सेफ्टी और डिग्निटी, यही है नए भारत का संकल्प।
Thank you very much and Jai Hind. Now I request Mrs. Ambika Singh to deliver the session on Sagar Mein Samman. She is a joint chairperson of Sagar Mein Samman and senior manager marketing of JNPA.
Thank you, Nitin sir. So it's a privilege to be here today as we come together to discuss an initiative that is not merely about women in maritime, it is about the future of maritime itself. The sea has never recognized boundaries. It connects nations, ports, economies, communities, people. And as India moves forward and towards becoming a global maritime powerhouse, it is equally important that our maritime workforce reflects the values of equality, dignity, safety, and opportunity. This is the spirit behind Sagar Mein Samman. Sagar Mein Samman is a strategic initiative of the Directorate General of Maritime Administration aimed at creating a more equitable, inclusive, and respectful marine and maritime environment for women seafarers. It seeks to move gender inclusion from being viewed simply as a welfare concern to becoming an integral part of maritime governance and institutional responsibility. And we have made significant progress on this. I have a brief presentation on the initiatives and the progress of Sagar Mein Samman. So what Sagar Mein Samman represents, it's, as I said, it's a important path-breaking initiative of DGMA for creating a more equitable, inclusive, respectful environment for women seafarers. And it matters definitely. Why? Because the women seafarers are the most underrepresented. So the SMS addresses structural, cultural, and workplace barriers through policy sensitization, welfare, and compliance. So what we intend to achieve? So 12% target for women participation in technical maritime roles by 2030. It is part of the gender equality alignment goals, inclusive growth and decent work alignment goal, along with the Maritime India Vision 2030, which is linked with India's long-term maritime vision. So we have reached here where the policy foundation and the key milestones that we have achieved till now. The concept was launched in the Global Maritime India Summit in 2023 with all the stakeholder consultations. In November, it was institutionalized by the order number in 18. We also reached a landmark of international visibility through Green Shipping Conclave. And in May 2026, on the day of International Day for Women in Maritime, the 5-year action plan framework was launched. So by the Circular 35, we have constituted thematic committees under Sagar Mein Samman. Sagar Mein Samman is also aligned with equality, dignity, and non-discrimination principles, POSH compliance, grievance redressal, institutional accountability, and DGMA-led monitoring. So this establishes a policy-backed norms for women's safety, equal opportunity, and career advancement. So we have strengthened this through the compliance standards and workplace reforms aligned with IMO and SDG 5. This has been implemented in collaboration with Maritime Union of India and other maritime stakeholders. The DG has already offered a 1 lakh maritime training trust incentive to promote women seafarers towards the fees at the MTIs. And the most important step or initiative or the result that we have reached is that the registered women seafarers increased by 739% from 1699 in 2015 to 14,255 in 2024. So this actually reflects the significant progress in gender inclusion within the Indian maritime. Sagar Mein Samman enhances India's maritime framework by setting structured standards for inclusivity, dignity, and safety. So as per the 5-year strategic roadmap, in 25-26, the foundation and awareness will be the base. In 26-27, policy and system integration. 27-28, for expanding the horizon, the scale expansion and inclusion through scholarship partnerships. And 28-29, with the leadership and recognition through conclaves and other initiatives, which has the way forward for this initiative. And 29-30, the global toolkit through the sustainability and global positioning would be achieved. The framework progresses from awareness and policy formulation to integration, leadership development, and global benchmarking. In 25-26, the objective was to establish the foundation for gender equality and inclusion. And the key actions that we launched Sagar Mein Samman brand identity through the logo and the digital presence, conducted gender sensitization workshops for seafarers, shipping companies, and MTIs. We finalized and launched India's first maritime gender inclusion policy and begin awareness drives for the male seafarers and educational institution, which has been a very important factor towards this initiative. Identification of policy gaps, infrastructure requirements for women at sea. And we expect that the creation and awareness of baseline assessment and initial policy framework. 26-27, we intend to achieve that the institutionalization of gender inclusion policies and start of infrastructure transformations by implementing the National Maritime Gender Framework across DGMA and maritime boards, issue a zero tolerance policy and model code of conduct for seafarers, initiate infrastructure upgrades for gender neutral facilities, start pilot implementation in selected ports and shipping companies, and also integrate gender modules in DGMA approved training programs. 27-28, we intend to expand the participation pipeline and strengthen of international collaboration through the launch of national scholarship, sponsorship programs for women pursuing maritime education, collaborate with IMO, Vista, progressive maritime nations, and global bodies, organize nationwide campaigns under Women at Sea, Equal Partners in Progress. We need to document the best practices and publish our annual progress reports and also encourage MTIs to mobilize all women batches. There are already a few we have been doing this, but we need more such. 28-29 would be an important space where we want to build leadership, visibility, and sector-wide adaptation of best practices by releasing the SMS Toolkit, Global Showcase Report on India's maritime gender inclusion journey, formalize long-term partnership with global institutions, integrate gender equity principles into maritime education and training regulations, celebrate Sagar Mein Samman Week annually. We have started it with celebrating on the International Day for Women, but we need a broader audience and broader coverage at the international level. Align the outcomes with Maritime India Vision 2030 targets. In the year 5, the main objective is to institutionalize, globalize, and sustain the SMS initiative. We intend to achieve institutional sustainability and positioning of India as a global leader in gender inclusive maritime governance. And this we intend to achieve by releasing the SMS Toolkit and Global Showcase Report on India's maritime gender inclusion policy. We have to formalize long-term partnerships with global institutions, integrate gender equity principles into maritime education and training regulations, celebrate a week-long of Sagar Mein Samman initiative and recognize and felicitate the people who are taking forward this key initiative, align it with the Maritime India Vision targets. So onboard safety, welfare, mental and physical well-being, gender sensitization workshops, career equality through equal opportunities and assignments, promotions, institutional support, and through awareness and recognition by highlighting best practices, by recognizing inclusive stakeholders is the way forward. So under phase 2, we have made various committees like institutional framework and governance, training development, capacity building, outreach, monitoring, evaluation, review. So we have a common KPI formats, committee-wise ownerships, clear target dates, documented progress, and this is periodically reviewed by the joint chairpersons and the DGMA to have a constant and steady progress towards this key initiative. So from policy to progress, Sagar Mein Samman represents a transformative effort to address gender disparities in maritime sector by ensuring safety, dignity, opportunity, and leadership for women across the professional journey. Through policy, infrastructure, training, welfare, sensitization, and recognition, SMS is laying the foundation for a systematic shift towards an inclusive, future-ready maritime workforce. Aligned with the Maritime India Vision 2030, SMS can position India as a global leader in gender inclusive maritime governance. So, as we embark on this journey, let us remember that Sagar Mein Samman is not only about enabling women to enter the maritime sector, it is about enabling them to thrive, lead, and shape its future. Let us work together to ensure that the vastness of our seas is matched by the openness of our opportunities. Because when women move forward at sea, the entire maritime sector moves forward. And we all as stakeholders of the maritime industry, we be the path breaking, or we showcase to other industries that we can empower women at sea through safety, dignity, and equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambika ma'am, for that insightful and thought-provoking presentation on Saga Mein Samman. You have beautifully brought out the importance of creating a more exclusive maritime sector where women are empowered to participate, lead, and excel. So now I request Miss Chitra Rajus from Art of Living, Shri Shri Yoga Trainer, to give us the presentation on Saga Mein Yoga. Please, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, guests present here. We'll first watch a short video by Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankarji. Yes.
Let me begin with congratulating the Ministry of Ports, Waterways and Shipping for your unique initiative, Sagar Mein Yog. I think in the world, for the first time, you have created a revolution wherein people who are sailing can keep themselves mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually uplifted. Yoga is beyond doubt today has helped human society in so many ways. It has brought in more energy in the workplace. It has helped people to be emotionally strong and brought more focus in their job, what they do. And it has generally improved the quality of life, especially the sailors who are away from their family and being in the middle of the ocean for months. They need this inner strength. They need yoga. This will do a lot of good to them. And I'm very glad that these initiatives are taken for the benefit of people working in this ministry. I would like to give my best wishes and blessings to all of you who are doing yoga and who is yet to start, who has started the yoga, so that you can spread happiness and keep robust health in the middle of the ocean. Everyone lives in an unseen ocean of prana. Life is in the ocean of air. Now, sailing in the water at the same time, soaking in the ocean of blissful prana is so wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you. So today I am very, very pleased to present Sagar Mein Yog, a complete wellness at sea and ashore. At its heart, this initiative is about one very important idea, the well-being of our seafarers. The seafarer, we also call them in the art of living a karma yogi. Yeah. Spends long periods away from family, works in a demanding environment, and has to remain physically fit, mentally alert, and emotionally resilient. Sagar Mein Yog aims to support the seafarer before the voyage, during the voyage, and after returning home. The vision is beautifully captured in our tagline, building wellness, strengthening seafarers, and sailing together. So, NUSI is our funding partner. This initiative is built on a strategic knowledge partnership between the Directorate General of Shipping and the Art of Living Foundation. The partnership brings together maritime expertise and wellness expertise. The objective is to integrate yoga, breathwork, and mental resilience practices specifically for the conditions faced by seafarers. What is important here is that this is not just a one time workshop. There is a focus on standardized learning modules, instructor courses, and digital LMS integration so that the program can be implemented in a consistent and sustainable manner. And importantly, it aligns with the broader Maritime India Vision 2030. I would like to pause for a moment on this slide because it captures the spirit behind the initiative. Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar speaks about enabling people who are sailing to remain mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually uplifted. Think about a sailor being away from home for months in the middle of the ocean. In such an environment, inner strength becomes extremely important. The idea is therefore not simply to teach yoga postures, it is to give seafarers practical tools to manage themselves better, to handle stress, maintain balance, and remain resilient. That is really the heart of Sagar Mein Yoga. Sagar Mein Yoga also has a strong national mandate. The program is championed by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Directorate Order number 19 of 2024. Formally institutes structured wellness training across DG Shipping approved maritime training institutes. This is significant because it places seafarer well-being within the larger maritime framework. The vision is to have healthier, more resilient, and globally competitive Indian seafarers. And the ambition goes beyond India. It is to establish a global benchmark for maritime crew, mental health, and holistic support. Now we come to a very important component, the digital learning management system. Because seafarers are constantly moving between shore and sea, accessibility is critical. The dedicated LMS provides continuous access to the Sagar Mein Yoga learning modules. It includes video demonstrations of yoga asanas, pranayamas, exercises, audio meditation, and ergonomic guides, which is very, very important. So the learning doesn't stop when a person leaves the training institute. It can continue on board the vessel as well. And competency tracking allows institutes and seafarers to monitor completion and progress. This makes the program accessible, structured, and measurable. Moving on to the next slide. This for me is one of the most important slides. Sagar Mein Yoga looks at wellness holistically through 10 dimensions. We have physical wellness, supporting fitness and healthy nutrition. Second, emotional wellness, focusing on stress management, emotional intelligence, and resilience. Third, spiritual wellness, bringing mindfulness, self reflection, and inner purpose. Then we have economic and cultural wellness, which are particularly relevant for people living and working in diverse maritime environments. The program also addresses intellectual, occupational, climatic, social, and environmental wellness. So, when we say wellness, we are not talking only about physical exercises. We are looking at the whole seafarer, their body, their mind, emotions, relationships, work, finances, environment, and overall sense of well being. To make this vision suitable, scalable, we need trained people who can take it forward. That is the purpose of training of trainers program. An intensive 3-day TOT launch was organized from 15th to 17th December. Participants included MTI faculty, senior seafarers, and wellness officers. They were equipped with specialized instructional methodologies practical yogic tools, stress management protocols, and interactive teaching techniques. So instead of creating dependency on a few external trainers, we are building capacity within the maritime ecosystem itself. This slide gives us a glimpse of the program in action. You can see the interactive hall and practical sessions, training sessions along with the keynote and panel discussions. An important aspect was to focus on the seafarer psychological resilience. The program therefore combined practical wellness tools with discussions and insights relevant to the actual psychological challenges faced by the seafarers. The emphasis was on learning that can be taken back and applied in the real maritime environment. This slide marks an important milestone. We see the felicitation of leadership and program dignitaries, the awarding of completion certificates, and most importantly, the certified trainer cohort. This cohort represents the foundation of taking Sagar Mein Yog forward. The ultimate objective is nationwide rollout, where trained people across the maritime ecosystem can continue this work. This slide explains something that makes Sagar Mein Yog particularly relevant. The program follows the seafarer's journey life cycle. There are 3 stages. Pre-C, that is building foundational fitness, emotional resilience, readiness, yogic practices, and health awareness. At C, focusing on resilience, stress relief, teamwork, nutritional discipline, and maintaining focus during the voyage. Third, post C, supporting physical recovery, family bonding, financial stability, and long term psychological well being assured. So, wellness isn't something that happens at one point in a seafarer's career, it travels with the seafarer. Yeah. If we look at the strategic impact, there are 4 important numbers, 10 wellness pillars, giving us a comprehensive approach to well being. 100% MTI integration. The vision is for the program to become part of the DG Shipping approved institute ecosystem. 3-stage core coverage, pre-C, at C, and post-C. And finally, 2030, aligning the initiative with the Maritime Indian Vision 2030 goals. So these numbers represent more than targets. Yeah? They represent the ambition to create a continuous, structured, wellness ecosystem for seafarers. I would make this your emotional closing. Let me conclude with the thought on the slide. A strong ship sails strong minds, on strong minds. Yes. So our seafarers spend months away from their families, working in challenging situations, conditions, and carrying enormous responsibility. Sagar Mein Yog recognizes that their well-being is not separate from maritime success. It is an essential part of it. Though the partnership between the DGMA, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, and the Art of Living, the aim is to empower our seafarers, to lead, serve, and thrive across all oceans. So ultimately, Sagar Mein Yoga is not just about yoga, it is about building stronger individuals, stronger teams, and ultimately a stronger maritime nation. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request all the delegates to please proceed for the lunch in the main hall? Thank you so much.
Hello. Good afternoon, all. I request all the guests which are waiting outside, please gather in the conference hall and please occupy the front rows, please. I request the guests which are in the outside hall, outside area, please assemble in the conference hall. Our technical session is about to start. I request DGS officers to assist the delegates.
request everyone to please take their seats as we start with the proceedings. We now commence the next technical session with the recruitment and placement service licensees and shipping lines. The objective of this session is to deliberate on contemporary issues affecting Indian seafarers, exchange perspectives with industry stakeholders, and discuss initiatives that further strengthen India's maritime ecosystem through enhanced safety, security, welfare, and digital innovation. The first technical session will focus on measures being undertaken by DGMA to strengthen seafarer security and safety, particularly in the context of the evolving geopolitical environment. The presentation will showcase the seafarer tracking module, followed by demonstrations on the long-range identification and tracking Maritime Marine Domain Awareness Center and Inauguration, highlighting how digital technologies are enhancing maritime awareness, emergency response, and operational preparedness. To deliver this presentation, it is my privilege to invite Captain Bipin Kumar, DDG Crew Processes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Captain Bipin Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is a technical session, sir, in continuation to the session which we had before lunch. So here we start that who are seafarers? So basically the professionals who operate ships enabling 90% of the global trade, and as per MS Act 2025, they are the key workers. They are the essential for the supply chain, energy, and connectivity. Global regulation bodies which governs this are ILO and the IMO. And as per MLC 2006, adopted framework which ensures the decent working and living conditions, wages, repatriation rights, medical care, onboard safety, and social protection. The Seafarer Identification Document, as internationally recognized by the ILO Convention 185, and India has ratified that, along with around 40 plus countries. And it's a centralized database ensuring secure, uniform, and the global variable identification of the Indian seafarers. To this, we have a BSID 2, which we'll be talking in the last. This is the seafarer growth journey, India being second. As we have seen earlier, we rose from the 4th position to the 2nd in 2026. And holding 12.16% of seafarers as a global share. And we are committed for 20% the world global share by MIV 2030 target. And for the women seafarers, as we are around 7,000 now, so we target to be a 2 to 3% of the target by 2030. We can see the graph here with the story from 2013 to 2030 as a projection. So presently, as per our data, 25, we are 3.23. And this is year-on-year growth of the Indian women seafarers, which is 7,000 touching in 2025. Sagar Mein Samman was the major initiative for the women seafarers, wherein the 2030 target is there, as I discussed. And national average now is 0.5% women in Indian seafarers in India, and maritime vision 2030 targets for 2 to 3%. This is a distribution which we have shared is for the Indian seafarers on the Indian flag vessels and the foreign flag vessels. As we had the discussions that Indian foreign flag vessels, Indians are quite a number and quite a big number because of the competency standards and the much liked by all the foreign nationals. So this is how we can see here from 2016 to 2025, the growth. So along with the Indian flag, there is quite a number of a growth on the foreign flag. These are some key statistics which we have gathered. The active seafarers, Indian on the foreign flags and Indian flag, total 3.23 lakhs. Non-seafarer categories are 57,000. And we have taken one figure for the death case settled. So basically 319 out of 406 are settled. We have a committee in the DGS which have distributed this into various subheads, and we are every day, every week once we meet on this, and we are trying to resolve as much as some of them are the cases which are dating 2012 also. But we have categorized them into various categories, and then now we are targeting one by one. The seafarers repatriated in 2025 figure is 1010. Women seafarers 7033. Abandoned seafarers till date 467. Although we have a different data in ITF ILO, but actual data is 467. Missing seafarers settled compensation 201 out of 209, and grievance received in 2025 was 3170, which have now within 2 months we are having much more than that in 24/7 redressal forum. These are the basic few issues which we have taken here for the Indian seafarers. Number one is the high volume of crisis and grievance cases with the Indians, increasing number of distress calls related to abandonment, wage disputes, CDC issues, documentation delays, and need for continuous time-bound review and interdepartmental coordination is there required for this. The non-compliance by the RPSLs, so violation of the RPSL rules, that includes the unethical recruiting practices, fake sea services entries, misuse of CDCs. So all these are taken care, and with the new rules coming up, all this will come to a very, very lower extent or will vanish. Then we have a limited accountability in the recruitment vessel deployment. For this also, seafarers is signing on without full awareness of the vessel details and employment conditions. For this also, we are having another portal coming up under RPSL, where we'll have the seaplane employment contracts will be digital. So by that, this situation will be improving quite a bit. Number 4 is lack of awareness on welfares. So we put symposiums in many, many times, and also using the media for that. The 5th was the operational constraint for immigration shore leave. This we have taken up strongly, and the MOPSW is in touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs. And we have seen that there are few places or few ports where we have a lack of facilities. So for that also, SWFS will contribute for making and these immigration checkposts there. Then 6th one we understood is a lack of adequate awareness among seafarers, limited access to the authentic information of rights, duties, code of conduct, grievance and mechanism, and dependence on the informal channels. The 6th one is the need of a greater transparency. So for this recruitment to be having a reporting system, awareness, and data disclosure through official platforms. These are the 7 heads which we have checked in here. Then we will talk about something on the grievance redressal mechanism, which is functioning now. So what is a grievance? A grievance is any complaint, representation, or a concern raised by the seafarer. And the various heads like recruitment, employment condition, wages, can be documentation or harassment, non-compliance with the maritime regulations. Why grievance matters? So seafarers operate outside Indian jurisdiction, making them vulnerable. So timely readdressal is very much required to protect the seafarer rights and welfare, prevent escalation to diplomatic or legal crisis, enhances regulatory credibility of the DGMA, and ensure compliance with the MLC 2006. So Maritime Labour Convention 206 also laid down a procedure for onboard complaint handling procedure, wherein the matter can be escalated at the lower level to the next higher and then next higher with a time-bound frame. If nothing is heard, then they can approach to the DPA, or they can also approach to the DGMA. This is something year-wise grievance received. with a resolution of almost 98.6%, which is really good. And if you see in 2023, we have a 30% rise. In 2024 to 25, there is 184% rise, which shows the trust. So greater awareness among the seafarers, increased trust in DGMA's grievance mechanism, and higher reporting of employment, recruitment, and welfare issues. In the grievance portal, we also take up the feedback from the stakeholders, and it is good to say and proud to say that the grievance redressal, the parameters, we are been rated 4 out of 5. In the eNavig portal gateway, it can be accessed in a 4-way system. Either you can lodge a complaint on the portal, or you can call a toll-free number, Indian as well as international, or WhatsApp number, or you can say the email. Even the NO case can contact, and the complaint is lodged with the unique ID number allotted to each grievance. Now we talk about the strengthening seafarer safety and security. So this we have discussed in the morning. We have 4 places in the world now over the 4 fronts: Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden. That is one part. The second part. Then we have a Black Sea area, and we have the piracy hit Somalia. So Strait of Hormuz, 37 incidents, 10 fatalities, 10 injuries. Red Sea area, we have 3 incidents, 0 fatalities, 0 injuries. For piracy, we have 5 incidents till now, 0 fatalities, 0 injuries. And in the Black Sea area, 22 incidents, 5 fatalities, 2 injuries, and the 2 missing cases. Then we talk about strengthening seafarer safety and security during geopolitical crisis. So proactive risk assessment and advisory framework as DGMA issues time to time. Then we have a strengthened maritime security protocol, where a mandatory implementation of enhanced watchkeeping and situation awareness measures are taken. Then we have an institutional crisis response mechanism, where we have a dedicated quick response team in the DGMA and DGCOM Center for the real-time monitoring and coordination. They work 24/7 with a control room and emergency helpline for seafarer and stakeholders. The 4th one is the multi-stakeholder coordinations. So we have a high-level reviews involving MOPSW, DGMA, ship owners, RPSLs, Indian missions, and other stakeholders. Continuous coordination with the embassies, naval authorities, and maritime administrations. Centralized monitoring and the rapid decision-making during emergencies. On the welfare side, repatriation assistance is given for the stranded seafarers. Financial support for the disease or presumed disease seafarers in the high-risk zones, and medical assistance, the family support, and the psychological counseling support. We have a dedicated counselor who in turn gets in touch with the NOKs who require the counseling. So during the crisis, now, as we said, we have a quick reaction teams. This shows the number here: 16,000 calls, 41,000 emails, and more than 4,000 stranded Indian seafarers were safely repatriated. This is a DGCOM center, which is a guardian at sea. And as I spoke, it have a LRIT, which is a long-range identification tracking system, wherein the vessels from a very beyond the coastal waters are tracked, enhanced maritime domain awareness, and security oversight and search and rescue supports are done. Then DGCOM serves as a 24/7 maritime communication and coordination hub, acting as a single point of contact of maritime emergencies, security alerts, distress reporting, and also interagency coordination. Then LRIT tracking, and on the DGCOM we have our 24-hour numbers. And we have a small presentation here of 4 to 5 minutes video on the Guardian of the Sea on the DGCOM.
Maritime safety and security is the backbone of global trade. Every container, every shipment, every vessel at sea keeps our economy moving. But for that movement to stay safe, we need a silent sentinel, one who is always watching.
What you see behind me is the LRIT system. We can track the Indian flagged vessels anywhere in the world, and in addition we can track all ships around 1,000 nautical miles from the Indian coast.
The Long Range Identification and Tracking System, LRIT, is a global maritime initiative to track ships beyond the reach of coastal radar.
The
tracking of ship is required to ensure the safety and security of the vessels. The reliability is the key for this sector.
At the heart of India's efforts is the National LRIT Data Center, a secure facility that keeps a constant watch over Indian flagged vessels across the world's oceans.
This is a very critical tool for managing maritime operations and keeping India's shipping lanes safe and secure.
With thousands of merchant ships cutting across the world's oceans at any given moment, keeping track is no small feat. Each LRIT-equipped vessel automatically transmits its position to satellites orbiting high above the Earth, sending out a signal at least 4 times a day. These signals carry key details: the ship's identity, its location, course and speed. Communication satellites capture this data and relay it to authorized service providers on the ground. From there, the information is securely routed to India's National LRIT Data Center, where it's verified, stored and displayed in near real time. All this happens silently and seamlessly, ensuring that no vessel goes unmonitored.
This system is a crucial multi-layered tool, enhances the situational awareness, which eventually results in informed decision making.
We can track the ship, we can create alerts, if we can monitor if any ship is missing here. So we can immediately contact the company if some ship is not responding within the given interval, the alerts are here. The system has a multiple functionality.
Its data supports real-time coordination with maritime rescue agencies, guiding Coast Guard vessels, helicopters and search teams to the scene of the incident. The system has enabled high seas rescues and saved countless lives.
In February 25, we received the information that an Indian fishing boat with 11 fishermen was stranded, and because of this system we could identify the nearest merchant vessel. Within 24 hours of reporting of this incident, the stranded fishermen were rescued.
In moments of crisis, this silent sentinel becomes a lifeline.
We have a dedicated team of radio officers and master mariners who are managing the center 24/7 to ensure it's reliable, trustworthy and provide services to not only the Indian ship but also for the global ships which are coming to the Indian waters.
United by one mission: to keep seafarers safe. The LRIT system reflects our rise as a technologically advanced nation and a regional leader in maritime safety and security.
We are also the regional data center as we are providing services to Sri Lanka and Maldives.
This system, the development of LRIT by India indigenously, so we are not dependent on any private player to do that.
For a country like India, for our economy to grow, it is imperative that our maritime domain remain safe and secure. I can say with conviction that this is a lifeline in keeping our economy safe.
As India rises as a global economic power and a leader in maritime trade, the need for secure, vigilant seas has never been greater. India's LRIT Center stands as a silent sentinel, watching over our waters and those who sail them.
So that was our silent sentinel, DGMA, DGCOM Center. Now we continue, sir, ensuring financial, humanitarian and institutional support to the families. So we have a immediate financial assistance through the SWFS, where an immediate welfare measure of rupees 10 lakh is provided to the next of kin of the deceased immediately. Then we have a employer compensation, which is for the P&I, which RPSL takes up, but DGMA keeps a track on this with the RPSL. Number 3 is the counseling and welfare outreach. The DGMA has maintained a continuous engagement with the families of the deceased Indian seafarers through the designated welfare counselor, who is regularly interacting with the NOKs. And then we have a next of kin support and case monitoring. So DGMA maintains a case-wise monitoring of affected seafarer, including nominees, next of kin's details, repatriation status, SWFS payment, gratuity, PF union funds, and compensation status, enabling a structured follow-up with families and the stakeholders. This is our 24/7 grievance and crisis support channel. It shows you DGCOM Center as well as the 24 grievance So the crisis part is handled by the DGCOM, and all other grievances are handled by the 24/7 grievance. We can see here the graph on the seafarer abandonment statistics. So if we can see here, like in 25, we can see 119 plus 28, almost about 150 cases. But as of today, it stands only about 40. So the resolved cases, you can see just within a span, there are 222, wherein if you can see here declining in the abandonment of the seafarers. So from the quarter of 3 2025 to second quarter of 2026, the abandonment is continuously on the downfall from 755 to 395. And this abandonment cases of the seafarers are declining significantly. Consistent policy enforcement and the interagency coordination are the yielding measures or results. And the interministerially task force engaged with the ILO, that is Geneva, IMO, and ITF to advance collaboration measure for reducing the seafarers abandonment in the database. So we continuously have a meeting. The last meeting we had was on the last week under the chairmanship of additional DG, wherein ILO and IMO were called upon, and we discussed the problems we are facing and to reduce this abandonment number which is showing on the ILO-IMO website. Then the root cause of abandonment of the seafarers which we have seen here is inexperienced new ship owners. So entry of the new ship owners without adequate operational and financial preparedness, and the weak cash flow management leading to the non-payment of wages, inability to sustain vessel operations. Second one was the delayed reporting by the seafarers. Many cases are reported when after 10 to 11 months of contract completion or the final stage of the employment. Late escalation reduces scope for the timely prevention or corrective measures. The third one is the fraudulent RPS agencies. So unauthorized or fraudulent agents charging seafarer for placement. Deployment on substandard vessels. We have seen that a seafarer is put on the farm one for one vessel, but he is sent on the second one, is a very big major reason here. Invalid or expired P&I insurance covers. Now we have either it should be IG or we have another list which is we are maintaining in our MMD Mumbai and in the DGMA. So all the P&Is now what we are trying to enforce is should be from the IGPI or from the valid list. Then the fifth one is the flag of conveyance and the weak oversight. As we all know, the poor regulatory oversight on the certain flag administrations and limited accountability and delayed response in abandonment situations. So we are talking about sixth one, the Form 1 data submitted by RPSL agency indicating seafarers are deployed on a different vessel than the one flagged or for abandonment. This is what we face many a times when there is some crisis situation and we are targeting or trying to find our seafarers where he is. So we see that he has been given a Form 1 for one vessel, but he is not present there, but he has been sent to some other place. So this is one of the very, very big reason in the route for the abandonment. Here, course corrective measures taken by the DGMA, MS Notice 11-2024 issued to address gaps, DGA Circular 43, DGA Circular 99 of 25 in 2025, wherein we have introduced the PPTs to be presented while the RPSL is coming in force, or they are first time coming into the business. So without the PPT, we don't allow them. Recently, we made another change. Even if the RPSL is blocked or its online privileges have been not there, and where they want to continue again, for this also we have introduced a PPT presentation which is already approved and it is on the site now. MS Notice number 10-2025 introduced inspection for RPSL companies by the surveyors and administration, wherein the third inspection is done by the administration. And the Merchant Shipping Act 2025 provides statutory power to the central government and the Indian missions to intervene in the abandonment cases, arrange repatriation, ensure maintenance of the basic necessities. Then we have a DGA's order 8026 preventing seafarer abandonment, wherein 366 vessels were listed. Out of the 278 were in the restricted category and 88 were in the blacklist category, wherein the restricted category where the vessels where one abandonment has taken place once, and if for more than one, then we have 88 blacklisted RPSLs. For the restricted, we have a procedure laid down in the DGMA, where they are called, their documents are checked, and then after checking all the documents, including the P&Is and satisfying with everything by the DSCEO, Mumbai or Calcutta or Chennai, then finally the documents are checked by DGMA, and then we have to take up this case in the MLC compliance board, and when it is approved, then only we open up the cases of the restricted vessels. Then we go for the financial safeguards. We have increased the BG, bank guarantee, proposed increase for 10 lakhs to 25 lakhs, and the maximum BG increased from 40 lakhs to 1 CR. Then we have operational control and verification. So validation of the correct vessel detail in the seafarer profile to confirm the genuineness of the abandonment cases. Then we have a live public access to the status of the valid and temporarily blocked RPSLs, which can be checked. Then we have a DGS circular 57 of 25, limited maximum engagement on board, one vessel. So we have put a limit on the life-saving appliances capacity as well. Only 2 RPSLs can employ on one particular vessel by that particular IMO number. Number 5th is awareness, prevention and capacity building. Circular 55 issued an advisory to seafarer to prevent cheating and recruitment fraud. 56 of 25 issued for Form 1, and awareness initiatives including online training modules. Then we have embassy-wise review, which is already happening, where we have divided the world into various divisions. So this meeting is done every quarter, where each abandoned cases are discussed. We have a monitoring and oversight, regular audits, surprise inspections. Then we have a DGMA also taken strict action against the non-compliance RPSL, with immediate blocking of RPSL upon notification of abandonment cases as on 31st May 2026. So out of this we have already discussed. Number 9th is a continuous coordination with the international bodies. So DGMA is coordinating continuously with the ITF, IMO, and regularly doing everything for repatriation of the Indian seafarers. We have a SWFS ex gratia support of 10 lakh per month, 10,000 per month is provided to the nominees of the stranded and abandoned bona fide seafarer up to 12 months. On the 1st January 26, the monthly support is enhanced and is increased from 10,000 to 20,000 per month. Then RPSL preventing fraudulent recruitment practices. Why this matters? So 87 grievances related to fraud and cheating were reported between September and December 25. It speaks of the data. Then precautionary steps before accepting employment. So no recruitment fees should be taken. Verify physical presence of the office. Then check RPSL validity. Authenticate documents. Then post joining safety steps. So after the boarding the vessel, update the vessel details in the seafarer master profile. This alerts the DGMA directly without the RPSL's involvement. The next, we have 2 slides on death and missing cases, how the cases are being resolved with the speed. So it shows, you can see the orange color on the center. If you see the settled cases till January of 2026, they were 222. But if you see the settled post cases, January 26 till this June, in the 6 months, it is 97. So it speaks of the volume. If we see the missing cases, so settled cases till January 26 were 70, and the settled cases post January 26 till now in the 6 month is 31, so which is almost 50% of the past. And the death and missing cases analysis of a dashboard analysis. So trend monitoring, we have just taken some trends here. So shows a rising trends post 2020, especially in 25-26 because of the geopolitical issues. Highlight need for focus monitoring and preventing strategies. We have a departmental focus. Majority of the cases involve deck and engine crew, basically AB, oiler, engineers and cadets, and high exposure to operational risks. That's the main cause. Then causation insights. So the key causes includes cardiac arrest, accidents, a fall, drowning, explosion, man overboard, suicide, and vessel incidents. And the age bracket which we have seen is 20 to 50, so that is normal. And this indicates the vulnerability of the active workforce, need for health monitoring, fatigue management, and mental health support. The crew branch intervention, so strengthening RPSL accountability, NOK outreach, fast-track documentation, enhancing onboard safety. And then outcome is data-driven intervention, enabling improved safety practices, faster compensation settlements. Now we talk about the digitization, so preparing seafarer for the tomorrow. As we see e-Navik, so we'll have a small video later on in the last. So e-Navik portal, we have now basically 4. One is 24/7 grievance redressal mechanism. Second one is casualty reporting, and third one is RPSL module, and the fourth one is MTI module. This we will talk in detail in later slides. In the RPSL module, we have 2. One is the job authentic portal, which will give a clear-cut idea to a seafarer, wherein before he joins a particular RPSL, he can get it authenticated, but this will be after generation of the sea. And the second one is the digitalized seafarer employment agreement, which will be coming in force in September, the beta version. So we are having a stakeholder meeting this Monday afternoon. So we talk about the grievance redressal module 24/7. So this is the aims to provide a single digital platform for 24/7 effective lodging, tracking, and resolution of the seafarer grievances. The key functions include that every time a unique ticket ID is generated, automatic routing is done to the concerned officer. Then investigation and resolution tracking is done. Communication and feedback mechanism is possible, wherein we can take a query back or give a feedback. Then real-time monitoring is done. And the users, there are 2 types. One is registered and one is unregistered. So registers are all the ones which are from the seafarer side, the DMA nodal officer, the DGMA nodal officers, administrators, or DGCOM officials. Whereas in the unregistered categories, we have a NOKs, friends, relatives, seafarer unions, and shipping companies. Another initiative beside is the digital transformation of the crewing ecosystem, which talks about the e-Navik grievance redress, which we just talked about. It started on the 29th of May by the Honorable Cabinet Minister, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji. So as we spoke this in the morning also, there are 3831 complaints, or we can say in that, basically what we are trying to showcase here is that within the span of 2 months, we are having much more grievances than even the year 2025. We have 3831 till now, whereas in the whole year of 2025, 3170 were the one which shows the which really shows the DGMA's grievance redressal portal system working fine and the trust on the DGMA. The second one is a crisis module. It's also a centralized system to effectively manage, monitor, and coordinate the maritime crisis. So basically, it enables a rapid and effective responses, ensures seamless coordination. Key functions includes incident reporting, communication and coordination tool, real-time monitoring and reporting analysis, analytical, and the post-crisis insights. The users are again 2, registered and unregistered. And the third one, which is a seafarer tracking dashboard, which is in making, and the 15th of August, this will be beta version will be released. So this was basically to track every Indian seafarer, protect every Indian seafarer in spite of the flag wherever the vessel is there. So tracking every Indian seafarer irrespective of the vessel's flag. So basically in this case, we'll be having a centralized dashboard which will track every Indian seafarer, establish a mechanism to individually account for every Indian seafarer operating an affected maritime region irrespective of the vessel's flag. Vessel by vessel monitoring will be done. Real-time dashboard, it will be real-time dashboard, a centralized dashboard to capture and display real-time information of the vessel's movement, crew welfare, threat levels, next port of call, in which we'll also have the details of the highest member of the company whose number will be displayed. It will be linked with the e-gov system, where we can also check the details of the next of kin in case of any casualty. It will be round-of-clock coordination, ensure continuous coordination between the MOPSW, MEA, Indian missions and other maritime stakeholder for vertical information, emergency support and timely interventions. Then we have a RPSL module, a module designed to streamline the application, renewal and compliance management of RPSL companies for DGMA. So license application and renewal management will be one part, seafarer data management will be the second part, compliance and regulatory monitoring, and digital tracking and communication. So key functions will be application for the new RPSL license will be done from here. Renewal of the existing RPSL licenses can be done from here. Management of the RPSL licenses and the compliance monitoring and reporting. So basically 5 key pillars of the RPSL module will be licensing, inspections, seafarer tracking, compliance and transparency. This is what we were talking about. The digital seafarer employment agreement will be a part of the RPSL module itself. So basically it will transfer employment contracting from the fragmented manual paper-based documentation to a centralized, standardized, regular, controlled, legally robust digital ecosystem. Key functions will include standard employment contracts with the MLC 2000 and DGMA requirements, enable legally binding of the digital signature by all parties. It means that it will be a OTP based platform when the RPSL will generate any C. So the OTP will go to the seafarer and he has to approve from there. So it will be a two-way communication which is lacking at this moment. Then it will integrate with the RPSL module, seafarer portal, MTI module and E-Migrate, which was a concern in the morning meeting actually. And it will provide DGMA with a real-time regulatory visibility. Then we have the MTI module. The MTI module aims to enhance the efficiency, compliance and transparency in the Maritime Training Institute's ecosystem through digital automation and seamless integration. So the key functions include STSW compliance, endorse management, premise shifting, faculty management and batch management. So basically if you talk about a STSW compliance, it is end-to-end digital STSW board workflow enabling online review of the MTIs. Endorse management is the temporary endorse generations. Premise shifting is online application with the fee and document submission where it will be digitalized done, eligibility based on the prescribed sea service timelines. Faculty management, faculty can be digitally managed profiles and affectionate and the automatic pause during the sea services will be done. Batch management means enforced minimum 25% batch upload limit with a dynamic batch sizing and intake control. So as per the batch size will be, as per the intake control will automatically happen with this, how much they are trying to, they can give a job in. And what we spoke earlier was regarding the seafarer identification document. So BSID 2, which is already in function from 1st of August, it is there. So it will be a global recognition. So upgrading the BSID, which is now in line with the ILO Convention C of 185, giving Indian seafarers stronger global acceptance. It will be a secure and reliable ID. It introduced a face biometric and digital signatures to prevent fraud and duplication. One-stop identification platform, centralized issuance in Mumbai, Chennai and Kolkata for easy access. And seamless verification. It will be integrated with the Indus and CDC system for faster and transparent checks. Seafarer portal, easy online process to apply, renew. And the faster services, secure printing will be done, encoding and track dispatches. Loss and fraud prevention. So it will be lost card deactivates and FIR validation, a safeguard for the seafarers. Transparency, so real-time updates through MIS audit logs and digital empowerment. A single ID integrates with the crew ecosystem, Indus, CDC, E-Samudra and carrier long use. This will, in the future, this will also be coming like your identification in the ports, wherein we can give up with the passes, where we can have a reader for these cards, this is a chip enabled, which will have a complete detail of the seafarer, and the card reader can get all information from it. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you very much, sir. There is a small e-Navik for 4 minutes. It will be played now.
भारत के समुद्री प्रशासन को डिजिटल रूप से सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में DGMA की एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है ई-नाविक, जो सभी समुद्री हितधारकों को एकीकृत डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म से जोड़ता है। ई-नाविक समुद्री क्षेत्र से जुड़े विभिन्न हितधारकों के लिए विकसित एक व्यापक डिजिटल मंच है। 24/7 परिवेदना निवारण प्रणाली के माध्यम से समुद्री हितधारक अपनी परिवेदना दर्ज, ट्रैक और समयबद्ध समाधान प्राप्त कर सकते हैं।
ये टिकट आईडी आपकी गारंटी है और हमारी अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी।
मरीन कैजुअल्टी एवं क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट मॉड्यूल समुद्री दुर्घटनाओं की रिपोर्टिंग, निगरानी और त्वरित प्रतिक्रिया सुनिश्चित करता है। MTI मॉड्यूल समुद्री प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों की स्वीकृति, निरीक्षण एवं अनुपालन प्रक्रियाओं का डिजिटल प्रबंधन करता है। RPSL मॉड्यूल भर्ती एजेंसियों एवं शिपिंग कंपनियों की डिजिटल सेवाओं और लाइसेंस प्रबंधन को सशक्त बनाता है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट अथॉरिटी के 37वें स्थापना दिवस पर माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी द्वारा 24/7 परिवेदना निवारण प्रणाली का शुभारंभ किया गया। माननीय मंत्री महोदय की परिकल्पना के अनुरूप विकसित ये डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम प्रत्येक भारतीय नाविक की सुरक्षा, निगरानी और सहायता सुनिश्चित करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। ई-नाविक का सीफेरर्स ट्रैकिंग डैशबोर्ड भारतीय नाविकों एवं उनके पोतों की निगरानी को सक्षम बनाता है। कंपनी अपने अधिकृत क्रेडेंशियल से लॉगिन कर माई फ्लीट डैशबोर्ड पर अपने सभी पोतों की जानकारी देख सकती है। 7 अंकों का IMO नंबर दर्ज करते ही पोत की जानकारी स्वतः प्राप्त हो जाती है, जिसे सत्यापित कर फ्लीट में जोड़ा जा सकता है। कंपनी सक्रिय भारतीय नाविकों की पुष्टि कर सकती है तथा आवश्यकता अनुसार नए नाविकों को मैन्युअली जोड़ सकती है। पोत की वर्तमान स्थिति, क्षेत्र, गंतव्य एवं ETA दर्ज कर उसकी नवीनतम जानकारी अपडेट की जा सकती है। मैप के माध्यम से पोत की वर्तमान स्थिति एवं यात्रा का इतिहास आसानी से देखा जा सकता है। कंपनी DPA की जानकारी अद्यतन कर सकती है तथा सभी परिवर्तनों का रिकॉर्ड सुरक्षित रहता है। क्रू परिवर्तन होने पर नाविकों का साइन ऑफ दर्ज कर ऑनबोर्ड रिकॉर्ड अद्यतन रखा जा सकता है। इस प्रकार कंपनी अपने बेड़े, पोतों और भारतीय नाविकों की जानकारी को सदैव अद्यतन बनाए रख सकती है। अब यही जानकारी DGMA के केंद्रीकृत मॉनिटरिंग इंटरफेस पर उपलब्ध होती है। डैशबोर्ड ट्रैक किए जा रहे पोतों, भारतीय नाविकों एवं लंबित अपडेट्स का त्वरित अवलोकन प्रदान करता है। क्षेत्रवार विश्लेषण एवं उच्च जोखिम वाले समुद्री क्षेत्रों की निगरानी अधिकारियों को त्वरित निर्णय लेने में सहायता देती है। लाइव मैप पर सभी ट्रैक किए जा रहे पोतों की स्थिति फिल्टर एवं मैप टूल्स के साथ देखी जा सकती है। प्रत्येक पोत का विस्तृत विवरण, वर्तमान स्थिति एवं नवीनतम अपडेट उपलब्ध रहता है। संबंधित RPSL, DPA एवं तटीय संपर्कों की जानकारी भी एक ही स्थान पर उपलब्ध होती है। प्रत्येक पोत पर कार्यरत भारतीय नाविकों की जानकारी का समेकित दृश्य अधिकारियों को प्राप्त होता है। इंडोस नंबर, पोत, कंपनी अथवा क्षेत्र के आधार पर भारतीय नाविकों की खोज की जा सकती है। सीफेरर्स ट्रैकिंग डैशबोर्ड कंपनी स्तर की रिपोर्टिंग और DGMA की केंद्रीकृत मॉनिटरिंग को एकीकृत करता है। फ्लीट मैनेजमेंट से लेकर निगरानी तक ई-नाविक भारतीय नाविकों एवं पोतों के लिए एक सुरक्षित, पारदर्शी और आधुनिक डिजिटल समाधान प्रदान करता है।
जो सीफेरर समुद्र पर निकलता है वह कभी अकेला नहीं जाता, उसके पीछे DG शिपिंग खड़ी होती है, हर घड़ी, हर दिन, हर समुद्र पर। जय हिंद।
Sir, I will request anybody has any questions. Any questions from anybody, please? Mike is coming. He's coming, sir.
So thank you for the presentation. It looks very, 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 very nice. My only submission is that, sir, I hope there is a backup system also. At times the system doesn't work, then everything comes to standstill. So I hope there is a backup system available.
We have, sir. We have a backup, sir. Thank you. So anybody else, please? Captain Savio. Sir. There. Sir. Yes, sir. Pura, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation.
So what is the various timelines now that we still know? You said on Monday you have a next stage of discussion with the RPSLs.
Yes.
So what are the timelines until when we go live? Because we need to also spend adequate time to train our employees to, shore-based employees to manage this, and also the seafarers to follow up on their side.
Yes.
So what are these timelines?
Actually, this Monday, we are having a stakeholder from the associations basically first for the digital sea. And then after that, we will be calling the RPSLs with their feedbacks, and then accordingly we'll be putting up. Of course, the beta version will come in the September end. And the second will be for the RPSL module. For that also, by the end of this next week or we will start again with the same procedure. First, we will call for the associations, subsequently RPSLs, and we will get a sufficient time for the beta version. And during beta version also, it can be refined.
So beta, you mean the staging version, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in the presentation, you only mentioned about Indian flagged vessel. What about foreign flagged vessels where Indian seafarers go, and what about their tracking?
We have shown, sir. Actually, the graph was showing the Indian as well as Indian seafarers on the foreign flags. And the new tracking system doesn't distinguish between that, sir. We'll be tracking each and every one. If it's an Indian seafarer, either he's on the Indian flag or on the foreign flag.
So we don't have to enter any manual position or something. This is what was the discussion.
No, sir. It will be target. Everything will be
automatic, right?
Yes,
we don't have to do anything.
Presently, in the starting, it is manual, but only for the places of concern. So it will be hardly anything before we take it globally complete, and then we will try to integrate in the future, sir.
That means only where the areas where
yes,
the
sir.
war
Yes,
is
sir.
there, only that areas
yes.
will be manual. Okay.
In the starting, sir, very starting. Sir.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Hello. I don't have any questions as such, but I would like to really thank and congratulate DG for a fantastic presentation, as well as the initiative what you have taken against the seafarers, and in the compliment of the RPSL agency as well. Thank you very much, and
Thank
fantastic.
You, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, I'll just add one more to my previous question. So now that we are going digital and it's a new platform that's available, and the RPSL rules requires all of us to also do a background check on the seafarer. And we had a couple of cases where the DG also asked us the same thing. And the only background check right now I can do is to call Basin sir and ask, but he's not going to tell me, and I'm not going to tell him. That's the story, right? Because we are governed by our own GDPR requirements where we need to hold on to this specific information. In line with that, would the new module allow us to at least verify the master checker of the seafarer against the CDC? Because you also know fraudulent agents make entries in CDCs which don't allow us to actually verify whether the sea experience that they claim to have is actually valid.
Presently not, sir, but in the future we will definitely take it up. Yes, we'll do that. Thank you, sir. We'll call you on the active participation for the RPSL module. Accordingly, we will make an amendment in that. And while the beta version will be functional, still we have lot of time in that too. Like eGov, this 24/7 grievance, we launched the beta version on the 15th of August, and we still are on the 3 months time. So it has been refined continuously. The similar lines, we'll do that also, sir. Any more questions, sir? So with your kind permission, sir, we'll close it up, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I would also like to inform all the representatives of RPSL companies and seafarer organizations that any concerns or grievances shall be submitted to DDG crew, DGMA at the earliest convenience, and these shall be taken up further with the ministry for further consideration and necessary action. Now, as we approach the conclusion of today's program, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Sudhir Kohakade, DDG DGMA, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all of you. As we come to the conclusion of today's program, it's my privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks. Today has been a significant and meaningful day for the Indian sector, and deliberations have brought together three important pillars of our maritime responsibility: seafarer security, safety, and welfare, along with the important dimension of technology-driven maritime governance through E-Samudra. At the outset, let me once again place my sincere gratitude to Honorable Union Minister for Port Shipping and Waterway for gracing this inaugural session, inaugurating the E-Samudra and sharing his valuable vision and guidance with the maritime sector fraternity. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterway for his valuable guidance. The technical session today has provided an opportunity for the meaningful deliberation on the issues of the vital importance to our seafarer and the maritime industry. The presentation on the seafarer security, safety in the present geopolitical context, the seafarer tracking module, LRIT, MMDAC and eNavik have highlighted the importance of technology, preparedness, coordinated action in ensuring the security and safety of our seafarer. Equally important have been the discussion on institutional strengthening of the seafarer welfare and seafarer welfare infrastructure, including welfare clubs, Sagar Mein Samman and Sagar Mein Yog. I would like to sincerely thank the representative of RPSLs, shipping lines for their active participation and valuable inputs during today's interaction and question answer session. Your practical experience and feedback are essential in translating these policy initiatives into the meaningful outcomes for our seafarer. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the representative of the Indian Customs, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guards, Ministry of External Affairs, FRRO, Bureau of Immigration, port authorities and other government agencies for their valuable participation and continued cooperation. The presence of these organizations reflect the importance of the coordinated action in the matter concerning the seafarer security, safety and welfare. My heartfelt thanks to the seafarer unions, shipping companies, Maritime Association, MLC Compliance Board, Seafarer Welfare Fund Society, SPFO, Maritime Training Institute and all other maritime stakeholders for their active participation. A special word of appreciation to our young cadets who represent the future of Indian seafaring. Your participation today reminds us that every reform and every welfare initiative ultimately has one central purpose: to create a safer, more secure and more rewarding maritime career for our future seafarer. I would also like to place on record our sincere appreciation for the Indian Port, Rail and Ropeway Corporation Limited for its valuable support and coordination in making this arrangement for today's program possible. A special word of thanks to the management and entire team of Taj Landsend for their hospitality, cooperation and professional support in hosting this important program. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the DGS staff, all senior officers, decorators, mandap keepers, technical teams, event support personnel and all other service teams who have worked tirelessly, often behind the scene, to ensure every arrangement was in place and the program progressed smoothly. I again place my sincerest thanks to all the officials, consultant, organizing team and support staff of DG Shipping. As we conclude, I believe that discussion held today will provide further impetus to our collective efforts towards strengthening the seafarer security, safety, welfare infrastructure, technology-enabled governance, gender inclusion and overall well-being of our seafarer. Our seafarer connect India with the world, and it's therefore our collective responsibility to ensure that they are safe at sea, secure in their profession, supported in the times of need, and respected for the vital contribution they make to our nation. Once again, I thank everyone who has made this event successful. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude today's program, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. With the national anthem, we come to close of today's program. I would again like to reiterate in reference to the interaction with RPSs and the seafarer bodies, any concerns or grievances can be submitted to DGMA, which can be taken up further. Thank you so much, everyone.